Hello, everybody. This is the Non-Philistine review, and I'm going to do a video today reviewing a book by British historian John Darwin, a small undertaking called The Empire Project, The Rise and Fall of the British World System, 1830 to 1970. So this is going to take a while, okay? Let's see here. I'll show you the cover. Darwin is a historian of the British Empire. I read his book, The Unfinished Empire, which was very informative. He's an exemplary historian, and I will detail that. And absolutely massive subject, and I characterize this. I'll start with his introduction, and I'll give some general characterizations of this book before I get into the details of the different chapters, which cover Britain and the Dominions and India primarily. Also a little bit on Africa, but mainly after World War II he gets into Africa. But let's see here. So I'll start with his introduction. So I'm going to get his Unfinished Empire book out here. Because it has a picture of Darwin in the back. So there's John Darwin. And let's see if there's a brief description of Darwin here at the beginning. So about the author, John Darwin's interest lies in the history of empires, both their rise and fall. He has written extensively on the decline of Britain's empire and teaches Imperial and Global history at Oxford, where he is a fellow of Newfield College. Most recently, he is the author of After Tamerlane, The Rise and Fall of Global Empires, 1400 to 2000, which won the Wolfson History Prize, and The Empire Project, The Rise and Fall of the British World System, 1830 to 1970, which is the book I'm reviewing here today. So he is asserting the system that he refers to in the title, the British World System, had four components: the British Isles, India, although he has a definition of Greater India that I will relate, the commercial empire of the City of London, including its jewel, the deep sea merchant marine, and the, quote, awkward squad of the Dominions, which, quite frankly, hits me a little awkwardly itself, but I will get into that. That's my opinion. And I'll qualify that. So on that sub-part of one of the four parts of the British world system that he approaches his subject, India exported approximately 30 million people to other British colonies from 1834 to 1937 as, quote, indentured labor. So this is already indicating a difference between different uh, now former British colonies that I think is very important. But this is my own hypothesis. Basically, that there's a major distinction between what were the dominions or settler countries like Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, and India, and the other indentured labor colonies. So this is what he says, that India exported 30 million people to other British colonies, I think primarily in East Africa. But this is already indicating a major dichotomy, in my opinion, within what was lumped as the British Empire. But this is my focus and what I think is important, not necessarily Darwin, and I'm supposed to be reviewing his books. So, yeah, just as a starting point, he says the oceanic supremacy first grasped at Trafalgar in 1805. Greater India was a sub-empire ruled from Calcutta. Extending from Aden to Burma might also include coastal East Africa, whose metropole was Bombay. And I'm not getting in much into India or the Indian sub-empire here because I'm Canadian and my interest is primarily in the settler empire countries. But of course, I have to refer to it sometimes, and I have to relate what he's detailing in the book. Yeah, the phrase he uses as the title of his book, "The Empire Project," is a phrase of Adam Smith's, a derisive phrase. And I detailed in my book or review of British colonial theories, which is also on my YouTube channel, more on Adam Smith, and I'm skeptical of his skepticism. Can I say that? He seems to have this skepticism or derision of the British Empire, and yet he's supposed to be the founder of the golden goose that supposedly made the British Empire. How does that? What's the truth there? But this, despite having a phrase of Adam Smith's as the title of his book, he hardly mentions Smith in the entire tome. So I'm not sure why he picked this phrase of Smith's to describe the empire, although I hypothesize that he chooses this phrase because perhaps he's uncomfortable with the British Empire straight out. So he's chosen a phrase that's at least skeptical of the empire by calling it the Empire Project, somewhat derisively. So it's conspicuous that he starts his treatment in 1830. Obviously, a lot happened before 1830. So in the introduction, he acknowledges that the empire before the Revolution, that is the American Revolution, was one of settlement, whereas the world-spanning posts won during the Napoleonic Wars were not ones of settlement, rather rule by officials, which is an important point and leads into or supports my dichotomy that is my own hypothesis between the settler countries and the subjugated countries, I guess you could say. Was it indentured servants was the phrase So obviously you can see where my sentiments lie already. I consider the one the countries the representative democracy countries, Canada, Australia, as legitimate. I don't necessarily I don't consider India or any of the indentured servant colonies to be socially legitimate. But this is my dichotomy. This is not necessarily Darwin's. So I have to make that clear. And I should probably get back to being more impartial here and just review his book instead of stating my opinion. Part one of his book, which goes to page 302, is how the system, quote unquote, emerged during the long Victorian peace to 1914. Part two, to page 655, is from 1914 to 1970. So we have so much ground to cover, it's quite incredible. So I'm going to get a drink of water because this is going to be a long video. So, chapter 1 is Victorian Origins. So Darwin acknowledges the empire won before 1830 was won by war and mercantilism. He says, quote, few public men would have denied the connection between overseas trade and Britain's power as a state. From its old concentration in the Atlantic basin, British mercantile enterprise had spread around the world by the mid-19th century. This great expansionist movement arose from the junction of favorable forces already apparent by the mid-1830s. So this explains why he picks 1830 as the starting date. He's concerned with Britain as a world power. This is his subject. So this is why he chooses 1830, because he says that this is when a junction of favorable forces occurred in that respect. Quote, above all, unquote, the arrival of power weaving in Britain could undercut other countries. A worldwide network of international business through Liverpool, Glasgow, and above all, London. Mostly the Navy, this is an assertion he makes, is probably backed up by facts, given his having proved himself in that throughout this massive book. He says mostly the Navy confined within the empire, but important exceptions, the Mail, West African Anti-Slavery Patrol, and China. Now that's the Navy he's referring to. That's not the mercantile marine. But that's an interesting distinction. That would sort of say that the Navy was there to protect the empire, or at least Britain's interest in the empire. And that it wasn't necessarily there to protect the merchant marine outside of the empire. Because the merchant marine certainly went farther afield. And so we have the land companies in New Zealand, Canada too, of course, Australia, I'm sure, missionary societies that he details. An example of the latter, Carl Charles Carl Charles Gutzlaff, and the medical missionary, none more than David Livingstone, of course, the famous David Livingstone. Dr. Livingstone, I presume. So, quote, in all these cases, settler control of the colonial state was a critical factor in local success, unquote. So he's talking about the settler countries there. Representative government conceded, unquote, to Canada in 1840. Yeah, in Canada that's called responsible government, that's called in Canada, which is, that's what that's called in Canada, responsible government. And Australia and New Zealand in the 1850s. But in South Africa, the settlers from Britain, few. So the initiative passed to Boers in respect to representative. Is that what he's saying? Or maybe he's referring to trade there. And yet, no, he's referring to political initiative. As he's talking about representative government in Canada and Australia and New Zealand, he says in Canada the initiative passed to the Boers because the British settlers were too few at this point, mid-19th century. So in India, India, on the contrary, was a state governed not by freedom-loving settlers, but, quote, Anglo-Oriental imperialism. I put bureaucrats. So again, I can't help referencing again my hypothesis of these two different countries or within the two different types of countries within the empire, although India would never even concede to being a country within the empire, which has proved my hypothesis even more. So chapter 2, that was the Victorian Origins. Chapter 2 is already to the Octopus Power. The octopus, the British Empire is referred to, certainly in American parlance, as the octopus with its tentacles all over the world. The head of the octopus being in London, of course. So, the Octopus Power. Egypt described as, quote, the fulcrum of the British world policy. Another small claim. Quote, on the Viceroy of India having been, quote, czar-like, unquote, and an Asian ruler, unquote. Once again, not particularly endearing himself to Canadians, at least me, but once again, I gotta stick to Darwin here. He's just relating facts, okay? He's a historian. The Midlothian election of 1880 saw the electorate punish imperial misadventure. Politicians thereafter loathed to gallivant. Quote, the main strength of the Tory party lies in its association with the honour of the country, unquote. Lord Salisbury to Lord Randolph Churchill. We will get into those characters later. So I'm going to quote from Darwin here. Darwin argues for a major divergence of interests between business/finance and diplomacy in the London government. Okay. In his 4 categories of approach in this massive subject, he delineated 4 component parts: the British Isles, India, the commercial empire of the city, including its jewel, the deep sea merchant marine, and the dominions. So here he's making a distinction between the first and the second of those, the British government and the city of London. He's saying we're not on the same page, which is interesting. So, quote page 89. So he just gives an example of Lord Salisbury's contemptuous dismissal of the British commercial population in Johannesburg, quote, a people for whom we care nothing, unquote. So he's saying that the business interests sort of did their own thing. And this is something that I know the history of Canadian history decently well. So I'll speak more from Canadian history, but this is something that people from other countries don't seem to be, from more authoritarian countries where the government directs everything. They can't understand how this small islands, the British Isles, managed to be the dominant language and economic force in North America, Australia, a decent chunk of the world. But this distinction between the government and business, where the conception of individual liberty and free enterprise means that the government just leaves people in business alone to pursue their own self-interest, is something that's not understood. And it's the reason for the success of the British in Canada as opposed to New France. And this is detailed in, I did not invent this myself. That's a hypothesis of Newman. Gotta get his book out. My brain is so filled with the innumerable details of Darwin that I'm forgetting Newman and his company of adventurers. What was Newman's first name? Canadian historian. Company of Adventurers, referring to the Hudson's Bay Company. Peter C. Newman, of course. Peter C. Newman brought out the hypothesis in his, I think it was volume 2 of his company adventurers that the reason why the British succeeded in Canada where New France did not was that the government of New France attempted to control the economy and direct the economy. Whereas the British were successful in Canada, and this is applied to around the world, because they left business alone and people alone to pursue their own self-interest. This is the mystery of the British Empire that people like Vladimir Putin still seem to understand. Um, but um, not that I'm not getting into current politics. I'll try to not get into current politics very much here. But Darwin is also pointing out he's aware of this divergence of interest, or this split within British culture, or so Lord Randolph Churchill, that's Winston Churchill's father, was the high priest of, quote, Tory democracy. Salisbury, and his notorious essay, quote, Disintegration, published 1883. One of the main hopeful contributions this video will make is at the end, I'm going to just go through all of his secondary sources that he recommends in this book, and primary sources like this disintegration essay by Salisbury. I think this essay of Salisbury is basically warning of the factors that could lead to the disintegration of British power around the world, the other empire countries, which certainly proved to be true eventually. But was Salisbury right on the causes? We'll have to read that essay. That's Disintegration, published 1883. But I'm going to list at the end of this video. I'm going to rattle off so people can skip forward to it in the video. One of the primary benefits of this book is the massive number of secondary sources that he relates in this sweeping treatment. Yeah. Oh boy, I can't even relate that. That's just such a massive thing. We have who is Dilke? Dilke. Charles Dilke. Sir Charles Wentworth Dilke was a British statesman and radical member of Parliament who became a member of the cabinet of Gladstone's second administration, but was ruined at the height of his career when he was cited as correspondent in a divorce suit. Okay, so he was a Liberal politician. So Charles Dilke thought Canada would support a population equal to that of the US, and Australia one in the hundreds of millions. I'm going to quote the secondary source where that's from, because I know information from Canada, from prospectuses of the CPR. Prospectuses of the CPR. I know that planned for the 3 Canadian prairie provinces to support a population of 60 million people. Now, it is, I don't think at the present time it's probably more like 10 million or something like that, but the prairies is a massive swath of arable land that was not settled to the density of Europe or the Midwestern United States, more for political and historical reasons. And so this assertion of Dilke's is actually not that out of left field. But of course, it's never panned out. But the reasons for that are interesting to think about. 674. So Dilke says that in his book, quote, The Present Position in European Politics, published 1887, page 360. That's Dilke, quote, The Present Position in European Politics, unquote, 1887. The dynamic between the Liberal Party and the Conservatives in Canada, and I just want to be sensitive that I don't go making statements about Australian politics because I just want to not presume to know about Australian history and politics well enough to say that. But the dynamic, the political dynamic between the parties in Britain finds various mirrorings in Canada and Australia. Once again, I'll focus on Canada. That sort of runs as a thread throughout this period, and it continues to the present day. But it's just interesting to see it because obviously the Liberal Party, the Conservative Party in Canada, we have many third parties, especially from Western Canada, don't necessarily parallel the British Liberal Party or Conservative Party. And we did not have a Labour Party in Canada, but they did in Australia. So they're obviously not the same, but I'm just saying it forms an interesting thread throughout this period. So moving on to chapter 3, that was a brief description. That was the Octopus Power, chapter 2. Chapter 3, the Commercial Republic. So the astonishing growth of British foreign investment after 1870, world trade, railway mileage, and shipping after 1850. Astonishing growth. All indicate not a settler empire, but a globalization of the British economy of which the settler countries were a part. It's an important distinction. Once again, we have to remember the difference between the economic empire run from the City of London and just businesses, private businesses, and the British government or settler governments. It's not necessarily the same thing. So he's using often a broader economic definition for the British Empire that I don't know if I subscribe to, but he seems to subscribe to it. I would define more the British Empire as Britain and settlers who speak English, but European settlers who speak English. But I find it kind of arrogant to assume that the other countries like India, I'm reluctant to call them part of the British Empire, even though during the Raj there would be some, you can talk about that, but I just don't really find that socially legitimate. So once again, my own opinion keeps coming through here. But Darwin's just stating his opinion as a professional, as a historian. He considers the empire, quote unquote, of the City of London to be the empire. I don't necessarily grant that, but that's his opinion. So, yes, there's no doubt that British business interests were spread like an octopus around the world. But my question is, how secure was it? How secure was investment outside of any political control or the control of friendly settler countries? The figure quoted that 60% of bills of exchange were on the part of foreign sellers and foreign buyers indicates that the city was at least exposed to factors they had no political means of affecting. Was that a British overall asset or liability, an exposure? So he's stating evidence that this was certainly the case. And of course, he goes into further details in Argentina, Latin America, obviously Africa. That these were nothing in Latin America was English-speaking European settlers, but he lumps this into the quote British Empire as the empire of the city of London, and quotes the 60% of bills of exchange figure from foreign sellers on the part of foreign sellers and foreign buyers. 60%. That's a majority, obviously. So from the economic point of view, he's got a point there. Yeah. So Egypt is described here as, quote, a pocket India, unquote. And I say this is arrogant. But of course, is he just relating the terms of the time? I'm not going to pillory Darwin here. I have too much respect for him for that, for his incredible work and knowledge of primary and secondary sources. But I find this Egypt is called a pocket India. So we have the Barings crash in Argentina in 1890. I believe there was Argentina was heavily leveraged through London, and there was some kind of a run or crash, near crash, of the Barings banking concern in particular. And let's see if I have anything else on that. Well, the readoption of the gold standard across Latin America, 1890 to 1905, was, I think, sort of a reaction to that. Over leverage in the previous period, perhaps. Loans to Argentina during the decade preceding 1914 were contemporaneous to large emigration of people from the British Isles to Canada. This is me speaking here. After World War I and World War II, in which over 100,000 Canadians died fighting for Britain, which of the two was the better investment? The economic security of the Atlantic, yes, the North Atlantic trade loop that he grants, was the foundation for the leap to the secure foundation for the leap to international economic enterprise. But then after that, it doesn't speak of it much, which I find conspicuous, problematic for Britain. Not that I wanted to, my intention here is not to instruct British people or this British historian, so I want to clarify that. But it's just conspicuous in its absence hereafter. Like, yes, the United States and Canada were, the foundation on which the British Empire was built in the 17th and 18th centuries. And I've heard historian David Starkey assert that he thinks that the 18th century was the actual foundation of the British Empire, not the 19th, which would place emphasis on this North Atlantic dominance, the trade between the British Isles and North America and the Caribbean and South America as well. But yes, the economic security of the Atlantic, quote 141. So by 1913, so this is a later date, the Americas accounted for 1/5 of Britain's exports, 1/3 of her imports, more than half of her overseas investment, and almost 3/4 of her oceanic shipping. There's a lot of numbers in there, some more in support of that hypothesis at this late date than others, but take it for what it's worth. Here, far and away, I'm still quoting from Darwin, here, far and away from the cockpits of imperial rivalry, was a vast zone of safety, stability, and wealth. Well, he acknowledges that, but this massive point is somehow lost, on most people. I can't help dipping into current politics a little bit. I mean, you turn on the British news today, and it's basically about like locking up British citizens, and it's like, you don't hear much about like, what percentage of imports are from North America or different parts of the world? What percentage of exports? What percentage of the shipping is occupied by British ships? You don't hear such insignificant details. It's like the economy is not taken seriously, or like in any international sense. And the same thing goes for Canada. I mean, just what are our politicians even doing? I mean, it just blows the mind. I think they're a bunch of just, I mean, at least for all their deficiencies, let's compare them to any period here. Lord Salisbury was writing essays on disintegration, and Charles Dilke is writing books on the population densities of Canada and Australia, or potential population. Our current politicians are just concerned about like virtue signaling about whatever latest social, uh, stories in the news like yesterday. I mean, so I'll let the viewer judge in the relative quality of our politics, or at least they're concerned about economics. A lot of this book's about economics, and that's what the British Empire, the only reason, one of the reasons why it was ever anything. And our current leaders don't seem to care about that. They assume we're going to have some first world standard of living. Why? I thought, that China makes everything. I mean, what have you done recently? Keir Starmer, Justin Trudeau? Jeez. So we have an important late 19th century book by by John Robert Seeley, quote, The Expansion of England, published 1883. I'm going to be looking into that book. And there's several more from that period that I'll relate in my summary of secondary sources. So chapter 4, we have the Britannic Experiment. What's he referring to here? Quote, measured by ambition, the fathers of Confederation, so this is referring to Canada, principally John A. Macdonald and George Brown, were among the greatest of Victorian empire builders. Yes, that's true, but this is why when the empire's pilloried now, or more like, just putting it mildly, of course, Canada is just thrown under the bus in that whole generalization. It's not like the British people are criticizing themselves when they criticize the British Empire. Well, what about Canada? I mean, so now we're all bad? No. They should be judged on their own terms, people from different countries. But here, Darwin acknowledges that Macdonald and George Brown were among the greatest of Victorian empire builders. Why did the British... I found his, so he gives an overview of Canadian history, pivoting on Confederation, 1867. I say, yeah, he looks at 1867 to 1914 in Canada. And I say, I found his overview of Canadian history pivoting on Confederation cursory but nonetheless informative, and as good a cursory treatment as possible in circa 12 pages. I mean, the sweep of this book is stunning. So comparatively, he gives a meager 9 pages on Australia, 1850 to 1914. New Zealand receives a full 10 pages, like 75 years of history, but 25 pages, an entire chapter on India. And my response is I'm skipping all of chapter 5 on British rule in India. I'm sorry. People can look into it to themselves. You can look into chapter 5 if they want. My concern here is with the representative democracies, Canada, Australia, South Africa, to a certain extent. I have to get into the complicated instance of South Africa, which I will give due coverage for. So maybe I'm not the best reviewer by being so subjective, but I just don't know what the point. But why does Darwin give Canada 12 pages, Australia 9, this is in giant sweeps of 70 years, New Zealand 10, a whole chapter to India? Why? The British politicians and academics in this instance just seem enamored, even still, after the publication of this book. Of course, I should have listed this. Publication of this book, 2009. Okay, 2009. Why is he so enamored with India? I don't get it. But I'll just point that out. Okay, so skipping the chapter on the Raj, which I'm more sympathetic to Indians than the British, the Viceroy. But interesting, chapter 6 is all on South Africa. So he's got 12 pages Canada, 9 Australia, 10 New Zealand, 37 pages, and an entire chapter on India, and 37 pages and an entire chapter on South Africa. Huh. I'm stunned. I'm not sure what to make of that. Anyways, so Darwin outlines 3 hypotheses for the 1899 South Africa War. This will be interesting for South Africans, so I will definitely get into this. And British people, I presume, too, or probably, possibly. But he he relates 3 hypotheses for the 1899 South African War, but he discards these and backs a 4th hypothesis advanced by, quote, the shrewdest analysts of late Victorian imperialism. By that, he's referring to R. Robinson and Gallagher in their book Africa and the Victorians, published 1961. Now, he says later that the hypothesis of Robinson and Gallagher needs revision, but and I will relate the this is yeah. So what doesn't list the full names of Gallagher and Robinson, but there's other books by Gallagher, and I'll get into that in the conclusion when I summarize the secondary sources. But He says it's important as a springboard or starting point for any understanding of the scholarship on the empire to consider. Yeah, he says the starting point for any serious study of the subject of this book is J. Gallagher and R. Robinson, quote, The Imperialism of Free Trade, unquote, in Economic History Review, new series 6, comma, Roman numeral 1, 1953. Okay, so that's a starting point, and I'll reference more books by those two authors in my summary in the conclusion of secondary and primary sources. So the hypothesis of Robinson and Gallagher generally is that, quote, the British went to war to guard their regional supremacy and its geopolitical corollary, control of the Cape and the sea route to India, unquote. Also, to Salisbury, the, quote, master of realpolitik, unquote, it was about preserving the mid-Victorian supremacy in a, quote, vital sphere. The Victorians cannot be criticized for being small thinkers. That's not necessarily a compliment, but it's definitely a fact. You could say they were arrogant, but they certainly weren't small thinkers. The fatal temptation not to do your own work. Yes, this is my hypothesis creeping in again, and I'm doing that too much, so I'm gonna shut up here. One gets the sense in South Africa among the, quote, English, as I understand people of British descent are called in South Africa, that British imperialism was in the driver's seat, not nationalism. This is my observation. That is, the British interest in South Africa. Like, for example, I give an yes. Who's the demos in South Africa? I get the impression that it's more, the British interest is more coming out of London, not necessarily a groundswell of British demos in South Africa. The demos is more the Boers, as I can see it. But perhaps I'm wrong about that, and perhaps I definitely leave that open for further clarification here. But it's just contrasted with Canada. It was the other way around, that nationalism drove the bus, and the British connection and pride in being part of the empire were present, but not primary. Whereas it seems that amongst the English community in South Africa, the imperial interest was first, and the democratic side was secondary. But in Canada, it was definitely the reverse of that. But that's not a comment on South Africans generally, or maybe just in the extent to which the imperial authorities meddled in South Africa. Maybe that's all I'm saying, which they never would have been allowed to do in Canada because the local politicians had to be elected themselves, and the British didn't even conceive of getting involved. Maybe Canada's too much of a mess, and they didn't just gave up at an early point. But anyways, for example, the prominence of Cape Governor Alfred Milner, who had previously been Undersecretary of Finance in Egypt, and Colonial Secretary Joseph Chamberlain, Colonial Secretary in Britain, Joseph Chamberlain, strikingly more central to the British in South Africa than the Governors General in Canada after Confederation. Yes, like you get the impression reading South African history during this period that Lord Milner and Joseph Chamberlain had way more, like their hands in way more stuff than the Governor General in Canada at that point. I mean, he was very arm's length in Canada by that point. But for some reason, the British thought they could still directly control South Africa. or the British authorities. It's not commenting on people of British descent in Australia or South Africa. So Cecil Rhodes, quote, harnessed the speculative frenzy of the 1890s to the idea of British expansion in South Africa. Once again, I just skipped over, we'll get into it more, particularly in the 20th century, but I just skipped over these massive swaths in Canadian history, Australia history, New Zealand history. But he gives a whole and I even skipped over the chapter on India, whole chapter on it, but now he's got a whole chapter on South Africa. Why does he care so much? Even now, the British seem to be more concerned about India and South Africa than Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Why? So, yeah, one gets the sense that in South Africa it was the British elites expanding, not South Africans, whether Boer or British. Where is the groundswell of the demos? Yes, we get the sense that this is Joseph Chamberlain and Lord Milner tinkering away in London. What is the history of the relations between the Boers and the Dutch government? This is an interest I'd be interested in reading more about. How come we never hear anything about the Dutch government in South Africa? Maybe we do. I'm ignorant and I feel bad about that. But good heavens, I'm covering a gigantic swath of history here, and never proposed to be an authority on everything. That's why we have Darwin. The solution is for each Western country to see their responsibilities as primarily one between classes in their own society. For example, finding work for their own populations that builds, strengthens their own country. Once again, my hypotheses are seeping in here. So, the end of the Boer War, more like a truce that ended it. Quote 247. Well, I'm not going to relate that quote. Yeah, the gold mines on the Rand, as Milner saw them, using African labor, I'll add, were the, quote, engine room of the new South Africa. Once again, Lord Milner's pretty macro. I don't think was he there, digging in the mines, working up a sweat? I don't think so. So this is a very important subject, though, is the use by white elites of labor, whether it's African labor, indentured servants. We heard there's 30 million exported from India in the long 19th century. This is it seems to me this is just a rabbit's hole. That's putting it mildly. But whereas in Canada, there was the Europeans did their own work, and Australia too, I believe. Didn't enslave the native people in Canada. They were too independent for that. Thank heaven. Let's see. Yes, Chamberlain resigned from Balfour's government in 1903 over tariff liberalization. Joseph Chamberlain was a champion of empire preference, or tariffs to preference the empire countries. Yes, Chamberlainite schemes of imperial unity. So he would go further than just imperial preference. He would go for imperial federation, perhaps. Once again, not small thinkers. At the turn of the 20th century, Milner's proposal to use labor from China to fuel the South African gold mines. Ouch. Milner's. Why is he doing that? In Canada, while the Liberal Party always claimed the working class mantle, the Conservative Party was less elitist than in Britain. This is me making a comparison with Milner's dabblings in South Africa. Yeah. So Milner would have been a conservative. Sure hope I'm right on that, but I'm pretty sure I am. If you compare that to Conservative Party in Canada, it's a pretty stark difference. The Conservative Party was itself infused with a more democratic, egalitarian culture of Canada. Even in comparison to the British Conservative Party, although the British Conservative Party became more democratic with time, but at this point it's definitely stark. So the Conservative Party in Canada was less elitist than in Britain. Nevertheless, the Liberals in Britain wore the working class mantle. So the Liberals in Britain donned the working class mantle, and they did represent the working class, and balked at Milner's attempt to use Chinese labor in South Africa and destroyed the Conservative Party in the election over Milner and his, quote, Chinese slavery, which is probably a fair accusation. So the Liberals won the election of 19... I've got to get that. What election was that? Yeah, the election of 1906. The Liberals pilloried Milner for his use of Chinese indentured labor in South Africa and won the election. The Liberals promptly granted responsible government to South Africa that saw Boer governments come to power in the Orange Free State and the Transvaal. Of course, the Africans did not have the franchise. This is a massive fact that needs to be mentioned. The mining industry in South Africa wanted non-white labor. Huge difference. I'm not getting up on my high horse. It's stark, the difference with Canada. For more on the labor question, see Udelman, that's Yudelman, quote, The Emergence of Modern South Africa, State Capital, and the Incorporation of Organized Labor on the South African Goldfields, 1902 to 1939, unquote, published Cape Town, 1984, Chapter 2. So we get this whole chapter on South African history. So, well, I'm just relating Darwin here, so I'll keep relating. Yes, I object strongly to Darwin calling Sir John A. Macdonald, first Prime Minister of Canada, Cecil Rhodes', quote, Canadian counterpart. That's wrong, respectfully. Ridiculous, I say here. The Democrat, I refer people to my 2 videos on the massive biography of Sir John A. Macdonald by, Donald Creighton on the Non-Philistine review to back up my incredulous or my strong reaction against this statement. John A. Macdonald, Rhodes's, quote, Canadian counterpart, unquote. I say the democratic culture of Canada seems to have been lacking in Cecil Rhodes and the landlords. For example, the way John A. Macdonald operated was by means of picnics and humor that made working class people laugh. Rhodes operated by raising millions in speculative capital and dreaming of enslaving black South Africans and Chinese indentured labor in his gold mines. I failed to see the comparison between Sir John A. Macdonald and Cecil Rhodes. Did they both promoted railways? Perhaps, but Sir John A. Macdonald didn't talk about enslaving anyone. That is just the democratic culture of Canada is completely doesn't it's passed over here. In that comparison, but Darwin makes up for this comment. I say, on page 223. Wow, this is not very flattering, a comment towards South Africa as a settler society, but Darwin says, once again, no one can blame me, I'm just quoting from Darwin here. He says, as a settler society, South Africa was a pale shadow of Canada. It's kind of a low blow on South Africa, but that counteracts his lumping of Sir John A. Macdonald and Cecil Rhodes in the same strange bedfellows for sure. So chapter 7. The Edwardian Transition, fast-moving, sweeping narrative of Darwin's. But I will get into some particular areas in more detail, particularly World War I in Canada, his treatment of World War I in Canada and Australia and New Zealand. I found fascinating, and South Africa as well, and of course he goes into India as well. But I found a lot of things as a Canadian I just found so interesting reading the details. And so I'll make a more detailed look at the settler countries during World War I. It's really a period I did not know, and it's really interesting in his treatment of that here. So we're moving into the Edwardian period. Let's get the dates on. Of course, this is into the 20th century, but yeah. So yeah, the reign of King Edward VII began in 1901. So it was basically right. So the Edwardian Transition, this chapter 7 is titled. Moving into the Edwardian decade leading up to World War I, Darwin asserts that the assumption of mid-Victorian strength and late Victorian Edwardian decline is based on faulty reasoning. So this is an important hypothesis Darwin advances. Rather, he advances, quote, the late Victorian empire was richer as well as bigger, unquote. There is this assumption that the, quote, country of London political and economic elites was the empire, not the British Isles. Yes, it's like, we heard any reference to the British working class so far, or the Irish working class? No. All we hear about is the landlords and the Cecil Rhodes, and it just highlights the observation I made earlier that there's always this temptation or tendency with European elites, and heaven forbid this is probably happening in Canada too, in the 21st century. Heaven knows Sir John A. Macdonald didn't go there, to pass over their own working class with complete contempt and consider themselves world leaders, like people in India or Africa somehow are their charge or something. It's incredibly arrogant, but this is this tendency, assumption that the country of the London political and economic elites was the empire, not their own, not the British Isles, not their own working class, their own people. I think this was and is accurate to British elite, including academic and broader intellectual elites, to British elites, and maybe now Canadian elites too, sadly. Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau. He writes as if those faraway London elites had any right to South Africa. They didn't. They had and have a right to their own country or countries in the British Isles. Totally ignore their own people, their own working class. This is my observation. Now, that might be a little... they probably didn't completely ignore their own people, but it's like they're the masters of the universe. Like a ancient country like England or Scotland is not worthy of your attention. I mean, give me a break. Or Ireland. Unless they live and work there, in my opinion, work in a way that is socially and environmentally beneficial to local indigenous people. No small assertion in importance, in my opinion. They have no right to that country. That country belongs to Indigenous and European South African, Indigenous and European Canadians, Indigenous and European Australians, Indigenous and European New Zealanders, whoever works the land, okay, by the sweat of their brow. That's how they're an Australian or a Canadian. I don't see what the tinkerer and macro tinkerer in London or Toronto or Ottawa has the right to that. And that's no small point. Yes, I see Canada. I'll speak to Canada, my own country, first, which maybe solely I should do more of. I see Canada as a solemn relational covenant between Indigenous peoples and Europeans, primarily French people and the peoples of the British Isles. Any British involvement in Canada is as a close ally of that Indigenous European country, Western country, which throws the focus on British leaders onto finding work, profitable industries, and employment for their own people in the British Isles, in alliance, probably economic alliance with Canada. This is the relationship I see. Not direct political control of people in Canada, of course. And yet, this is not granted by Milner and Chamberlain at this point, for South Africa at least. But Milner and Chamberlain appeared to act as if South Africa was their country. Never was. It was and is the country of the Black and European people who work the land. Period. The Stanhope Memorandum of 1891 lays out the imperial system worldwide. Oh, there's a nice small subject. The Stanhope Memorandum of 1891. The imperial system worldwide. Stunning claim. Balfour was Salisbury's nephew and heir apparent as leader of the Conservative Party. Salisbury's nephew? I didn't know that. The ditching, or I should say scuttling, of sea power, both in respect to navies and the merchant fleet, probably the most conspicuous contrast between the 19th and 20th centuries and the 21st century, yes. How in the world did that happen? Not by this point. What was that stat there? on the North Atlantic, the percentage of the British merchant fleets carrying of the North of Atlantic trade was massive. Today it's 0 point something, probably. But there is nothing new under the sun. It is not that the importance of seaborne trade decreased after World War II. Rather, control of the shipping industry was just condescended and handed over to China and various internationally registered ships, probably owned by China. Yeah, and the stuffing of the electorate in increasingly former Western countries with welfare. Yeah, Britain's navy grounded in favor of the NHS. But once again, I'm meddling in British politics. I should say just as much in Canada, the turn to the welfare state after World War II has been the focus of our politicians to this day. That's why you never hear them talking about, international trade. Why would I talk? I'm concerned with getting votes by building a new social housing to make me look compassionate or something. Well, why not? But as for actually getting people real jobs, well, no. I just want them to be dependent on my overlordship, and then I'll just give them free stuff. Seems to be the focus. Justin Trudeau. Rather, my interest in Britain as a Canadian and as an important ally. And I have to just remember to stick to that. There's nothing more annoying probably to British people than people in Canada or Australia. I don't know about Australia, but Canada telling them the way they should act. That's ridiculous. I gotta stick to my own country. Yeah. So rather, my interest in Britain in this entire subject and why I'm reviewing this book is as a Canadian is an important ally who in alliance with Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, I don't know, I'll throw that out there, forms an alliance that strengthens each. Yes, so in the Edwardian period, the rise of Germany as an industrial and diplomatic rival, ultimately in World War I and World War II, was a physical threat, was certainly a factor in luring British and Canadian focus into the morass of the continent, which, well, that's true for the early 20th century, but the started a trend which, of course, maybe only ended with Brexit, but over 100 years later, but Britain's now sort of in limbo. The trade with Canada, the US, doesn't seem to be the focus. They seem to be in limbo, even after Brexit, which is stunning. Why isn't Keir Starmer over in Ottawa, Washington, negotiating trade agreements? I don't understand. He's too busy locking up like grandmothers and stuff. I don't know what they're thinking. But Canada's just as ridiculous. Justin Trudeau is, heaven only knows what he's doing right now. I don't even want to think about it. The question is, quote, was that avoidable? Yes, this move away from trade to the welfare state and the British turn to the continent. Or more importantly, now that any military threat from the European continent is no more, quote, why does Britain not return to splendid isolation and to rebuilding trade in the North Atlantic and with Australia, South Africa, etc.? Because the importance, I say, because the importance of splendid isolation is not limited to Britain. Yeah, this is an important distinction. Of course, Canada and the United States are, protected by oceans even more so than Britain. So, the phrase splendid isolation, well, Americans that are, are called isolationists, who, but the United States is massive, a world in itself, so it can have trade within itself. Canada even, it's true to a certain extent, but even Canada needs to be a trading nation. Certainly Britain needs to be outward trading looking nation. But the question in Britain was always whether the focus is on the European continent or the broader seas, the Americas and Australia and everywhere else. There's no doubt they have to be a trading nation, but where, I guess? Why not minimize exposure? Oh, I'm getting into telling British people what to do, which is annoying. So Darwin gives up the ghost with a simple, quote, splendid isolation was a romantic fiction. A romantic fiction? All right, that's... Darwin therefore seems to have answered his own question. What's his question? Was splendid isolation possible? Darwin says no. Darwin therefore seems to have answered his own question in the negative. But the real question is... so this is quoting from Darwin. Quote, the real question was not whether there had been a relative decline from some imaginary benchmark of mid-Victorian primacy, in quotation marks, but whether the British were still strong enough to protect their system against rival powers by whatever means. To answer this properly and to take a more realistic view of Edwardian strategy, it requires some account of the wider geopolitical scene. Yes, never one for small horizons, Darwin, which is a good thing. So Darwin even mentions the term, quote, world state, unquote. World state? Surely he's being facetious. I say this is prideful nonsense, but is he being facetious? He mentions this as a conception forming part of the Edwardian diplomatic worldview. World state. The second plank of Edwardian diplomatic worldview, that blue water isolationism was impossible. They're simultaneously arguing these two things. Why? Why is fundamental isolation impossible? Seems to be an assumption. I don't like assumptions of any kind. So Darwin asserts the new extent of Edwardian Britain's involvement in the continental balance of power as compared to late Victorian, quote, was some kind of no-brainer. Wait, no, that's not a quote. Was some kind of no-brainer. Yeah, why the turn to the continent? Why? It looks like World War I was a total frigging disaster. Why? Well, he's just relating their view. He's not saying this is a good thing. He's just noting this turn to the continent during the Edwardian period. Darwin employs frequently the phrase, quote, the British world system. Their, quote, system. System? Incredible claim. On the political economy of the Edwardian Empire, he asserts Britain fell behind the US and Germany in second-generation industrial products like chemicals, motor vehicles. Upper-class amateurism didn't go for the new scientific management of big corporations. I'd say that's a good part of British culture, personally. Maintained, however, a massive lead in shipping, 4 times the size of Germany's merchant marine in 1907. British emigration peaked through the 3 years just prior to World War I, with Canada, Australia, and New Zealand being the most popular destinations. Some of my own ancestors came in the early 20th century to Western Canada, so they would have been part of that. Sources for economic statistics. So I'll be relating this again in the conclusion, but Schlote, that's S-C-H-L-O-T-E, Schlote, quote, British overseas trade from 1700 to the 1930s. That's a lot of important economic statistics. English translation, so this is probably a German Don. The English translation published Oxford 1952. Important source of information. 75% of German exports were to Europe in 1913, compared to 33% of British exports. So Germany's economy is directed towards the continent of Europe. British economy not. Where are its exports going? So 21% of British exports went to the Americas, 43% to Asia, Africa, and Oceania. And I've got comparative figures for France too. It's interesting. France has 56% to Europe, so less than Germany. 16% to North America, 12% to the Near East. 2/3 of sterling bills in 1913 served trade between third parties, yes. So London is certainly an international economic center, which, you know, my sentiment is more with the settler countries, but that's a massive amount of capital going through the city of London. My question is, the weakness of that is there's no political control. So was it an overextension, a liability? You know, it's all good to make yourself feel good by that, but when there's a war, you don't have control of that, and so you're overextended. He presents this at face value, but the high percentage of the city's business being in places over which Britain had not only no political control, but in fact wasn't liked. Yeah, it's not that they don't have no political control, it's that they're not liked in India, Argentina, possibly South Africa. So this would just put more of a focus on the countries where they are liked. Just Canada, you know, Australia, New Zealand, certainly. The United States, as a Canadian, I have, you know, the American view of Britain is nuanced. I have to get into that, but free trade assumes good intentions in the trading partner, but that spotlights the social, liberal, conception of human nature that humans are basically good, harmless, rational, etc. It's a massive factor in the 21st century. This liberal assumption. Is China playing by those assumptions? Oh my goodness, this is just massive. He asserts the wheat economy of the prairies after 19 used, quote, largely British capital. Page 279. I would dispute that, but I've read a lot of Western Canadian primary sources. It would have more been the Montreal and Toronto banks, but to the extent maybe British investors or capital controlled the Montreal and Toronto banks. So secondarily, but he makes this assertion about the prairies after 1900. He calls Montreal the local metropole of the wheat economy. Oh, what if, I guess shipping would have ended up in Montreal for the prairie wheat, but to call it the metropole of the wheat economy, it's a long ways from the prairies, but maybe there's some legitimate statistics to support that. He says Ontario Liberals balked. I'm getting into Canada here, the Edwardian period. Says Ontario Liberals balked at Laurier's proposal of reciprocity, that's free trade in natural products with the U.S. in 1911. Likewise, the CPR in Montreal balked at Laurier's reciprocity, which shows that the Liberal Party in Canada had run with the tide away from free trade because, of course, the Liberal Party during George Brown's heyday in the 1850s and 60s was staunchly free enterprise, laissez-faire, classical liberalism. But by 1911, looks like the Liberal Party was against reciprocity, so had more run with the tide of Sir John A. Macdonald's national policy in Canada, which was building up the Canadian economy with tariffs against U.S. imports. So South African mines, 50%, 50%, of ownership concentrated in, quote, the corner house, unquote, group. Werner Beit, later as BEIT, later the Central Mining Investment Corporation, circa 1910. So the South African mining industry controlled from London. But yeah. So it's just this mining industry in South Africa, I find an important factor. It's just absent in Canada, so it's this stark comparison of, got a secondary source here on that for people. Jeeves, that's Jeeves, A. Jeeves, quote, migrant labor in South Africa's mining economy, Kingston and Montreal, 1985, a Canadian book. Yes, so they're seeing the comparison is important as well. Also, Udelman, I already quoted Udelman, quote, the emergence of modern South Africa state capital and organized labor, 1902, 1939, Cape Town, 1984. Williams, so I'm relating a bunch of secondary sources here. Defending the Empire, the Conservative Party and British Defence Policy, 1899-1915, published 1991. That's Williams R. Defending the Empire, the Conservative Party and British Defence Policy. Some secondary sources on Canada. Actually, I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to list these in the conclusion. We've got secondary sources on Canada, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia. Yes. So in 1905, the Lagos, Nigeria, Chamber of Commerce, all European. Does that sound like, these people are dyed-in-the-wool Nigerians? Or are they exploiting Nigeria? Are they out there producing the products in the fields, or the processing them? No. Milner was a protectionist, argued Britain overexposed in the case of war. So he's got a point here, in my opinion. Let alone World War. Milner argued cosmopolitanism was dead. And its champions deluded. I like this, but this is my opinion. But prosperity fueled the continual rule of free trade. Tariff reform and imperial unity between Britain and the White Dominions were at odds with the basis of commercial empire. Tariff reform and imperial unity between Britain and the White Dominions were at odds with the free trade basis of commercial empire. Yes, you can see that. But one's certainly more elitist than the other. So my sympathies are with the settlers. And at the present day, you'd have to say that the elites are always concerned about virtue signaling, about caring about other people's and other countries, but their own people they can throw under the bus. Why? The Progressive Party in South Africa, the British Nationalist Party, they were called the Unionists after 1910. Quote, by 1900, the dominant strain in the British civilian, this is talking about India, was appeal to feudal attitudes then thought typically Indian. Yes, this elitism is feudal. And in India, they just couldn't help themselves. A sense of fealty and respect for authority, and the glamour of power. In Canada, this would be repulsive, but if India, and it was probably repulsive to the Indian people as well, if India's natural leaders were princes and aristocrats, the instincts of the British civilians, the Rajas, bureaucrats, were, if India's natural leaders were princes and so it's just saying that these people consider themselves the natural leaders, of their own, because this is feudalism. They can't give up feudalism. This is not democratic. If India's natural leaders, that's a medieval conception of society, were princes and aristocrats, their instincts were conservative and royalist. Hence, British rule should clothe itself in the imperial purple and assume the dignity of the Mughal empires, or the Mughal Empire. My goodness. If that was a put to an election in Canada or Australia, it would have just been obliterated. But I'm assuming that would be the case in Australia. I know it would have been in Canada. Sir William Muir, M-U-I-R, the leading academic expert on Islam during the Sir William Muir is probably going to get this video banned in Britain. I'm just relating secondary sources, okay, that Darwin relates. So if they're going to ban this video, they'll have to ban Darwin's book published by Oxford University Press. yes, the modern Delphi Wikipedia says that Sir William Muir was a Scottish Orientalist and colonial administrator, principal of the University of Edinburgh, and lieutenant governor of the northwest provinces of British India. Okay, so he lived in what is now Pakistan, probably. Well, that tells us a little bit about him. But he wrote, yes, he was principal of the University of Edinburgh, so probably in the late 19th century or early 20th century. Yeah, he's probably banned all over by now, but I'm just relating who these people were in the Edwardian period. The free trade convictions of the British working class, yes. Wonder if the British working class still has conception or associates with free trade. It's an interesting question. Chapter 8. The War for the Empire, 1914. Oh boy. In fact, I've got to get myself going about this. This is such a gigantic subject. Some sugar content in the old machine here. I'm delving into Canada and World War I here. I found this fascinating. Or I should say, I'm delving into, Darwin's delving into Canada during World War I. So, Chapter 8. Quote, colonial rule was highly devolved to settler politicians in the White Dominions, quote unquote, to imperial officials in the rest. Oh. Yeah, I'm sure the people of India just supposed to take that at face value. That's just incredible. But I'm wearing my heart on my sleeve here. Lord Milner's protege was Leo Amery. Yes, I've heard Leo Amery from a later date. I think he was around for a long time, if I'm not mistaken. Leopold Charles Maurice Stennett Amery. Wow. Was a British conservative politician and journalist. Journalist, interesting. During his career, he was known for his interest in military preparedness, British India and the British Empire, and for his opposition to appeasement. After his retirement and death, he was best known for the remarks he made in the House of Commons on 7 May 1940 during the Norway debate. In these remarks, Amery attacked the Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain for incompetence in the fight against Hitler's Germany. Aha. Many of Amery's parliamentary contemporaries pointed to his speech as one of the key drivers in the division of the House on the following day, 8 May, which led to Chamberlain being forced out of office and his replacement by Winston Churchill. No small development. So this is, yes, and he was Milner's protege, left over from a previous era. He stuck around another 30, 40 years. Wow, just the scale of that's what I miss as a Canadian. Of course, our own parliament is even more obscure, but just the scale of these previous engagements and discussions is stark with the current. My goodness, I don't know what's going on, but that's why I'm trying to spread knowledge of this previous periods. Yes, Woodrow Wilson makes some shocking quotes about Britain. Oh, let's see these. So, quote, "When the war is over," unquote, Woodrow Wilson told his main foreign policy advisor, Colonel House, quote, "we can force them," that's the British, "to our way of thinking, because by that time they will be financially in our hands," unquote. Oh, are you saying that the Americans are not pro-British? I had no idea. And yet all the British politicians, even the best, even Margaret Thatcher, or if you want to look at, didn't even Tony Blair just, he took Britain to war in Iraq with little Georgie Bush. Why do the Americans don't care about Britain? It's the elephant in the room. In fact, they're inimical to Britain. That's what every Canadian knows. It's our birthright. But nobody in Britain elite circles ever seems to realize that. Now, here's a quote from Wilson showing where his sympathies lie. Britain borrowed $1 billion in Canada during World War I. A quarter of that borrowed in the US. That's on top of, the over 100,000 Canadians dead and wounded in World War I. Massive effort in both Britain and Canada in World War I, as in Australia and New Zealand. But I'm getting into that story here. The pre-war consensus was that Germany's target was, quote, British independence and great power status in Europe. That's stunning. Stunning stats on Canadian, Australian, and New Zealand service in World War I. Page 333. Yes. By the end of the war, over 1 million men from the Dominions had served on its battlefields. The vast majority in the terrible charnel house of the Western Front. In the two largest, Canada and Australia, over 13% of adult males had served overseas. In New Zealand, the figure exceeded 19%. The proportion who were killed or wounded was appallingly high, nearly 50% of the Canadians, 59% of New Zealanders, and 65% of Australians. Over 60,000 Canadians were killed, 59,000 Australians, and 16,000 New Zealanders. Just jaw-dropping. And what does it mean today? I'm saying this to Canadians ignorant of their history just as much as the British elites that I'm referring to. British ministers and the Dominion delegates convened at the Imperial War Cabinet. I mean, the difference with today. I mean, It's like Keir Starmer and Justin Trudeau. You know, it's just what is going on? Why are these people such like? I just and it's the same with the conservative prime ministers, whether it's Harper or Theresa May or Cameron or oh, you know, how come they're so small? No, they would rather go to the internationalist uh, hobnobbing sessions. They don't want to engage in nationalism because their own working class, their own people are too like disgusting and troublesome. So they'll just go. They won't meet with the Canadian Prime Minister about anything serious, or the Australian Prime. They'll go hobnob in these completely meaningless virtue signaling sessions with the G8000 and the you know like some climate change conference, but anything real about trade for Canadians or providing jobs for Canadians or British people? Oh no, why would we talk about that? Um, let alone defense. Of course, we'll just let the Americans take care of us. I don't know why the Americans should take care of us, in Canada at least, or anybody. Britain borrowed 1 billion yen in Canada. Quarter of that borrowed in the U.S. British ministers and the Dominion delegates convened as the Imperial War Cabinet. Notice not the rest of the Commonwealth. This is an important point. When it got serious, the people whose sympathies were with Britain, comes out. But otherwise, we talk about the Commonwealth in this dreamy sense, like why should Nigeria or India care about people in other countries, in Britain or Canada? When their war came, same in World War II, then you see what the British Empire really was, not the Commonwealth. What was that? 60,000 Canadians dead, 60,000 Australians, 19,000 New Zealanders. Of course, India provided soldiers in World War One and World War II as well, but it was more compulsion. I don't think they were volunteers, as in Canada and Australia and New Zealand. Yes, for Canada, see Strachan H. Quote, The First World War, published 2001. Clifford Sifton. Clifford Sifton, described here as having opposed reciprocity in 1911 and supported Canada's duty in the war, seems to have been an example of the patriotic liberal, capital L liberal, an extinct species nowadays. But in the First World War, the Liberal Party was patriotic and against militarism and authoritarianism in Germany. Is how they identified as Canadians or British liberals against, in that instance, German militarism. Whereas now these neoliberals in the Liberal Party in Canada, I'll just say, they don't see anything good about their own country. They're turned against their own country. This is a major difference. Look at the Liberals signed up in World War One just as much as conservatives or patriotic conservatives. They were just as patriotic. Volunteering for service became the proof in Canada you were patriotic, especially where British Canadian. This is interesting. further point, especially where British Canadian identity was less dominant, for example, Anglo Montreal and the prairies. Yeah. I'll relate anecdotally that there's a highway in Alberta, an obscure highway across east central Alberta where you drive along there and it's just prairie as far as the eye can see. And it's all these small towns that are depopulated now that all have these World War One names. And I guarantee you they were settled by men who came back after World War One and were given land grants. But just astonishing history that nobody thinks about in Canada. I guess they survived the war and they came back. They were given land grants in east central Alberta. I don't know. See what highway that is in Alberta. That's just interesting. I'm gonna name some of these towns. I made the claim, and so let's see here. Yeah. Well, you've got Coronation, Consort, but there's others. Throne, the town of Throne, Alberta. Loyalist, the town of Loyalist, Alberta. So we've got these towns called Consort, Loyalist, Veteran, Throne, Coronation, all in east central Alberta in a big line on Highway 12. Nobody, like the number of people that remember these things are, of course, people in those towns remember and they're proud of their history, but even the people in Edmonton or Calgary would have no idea, let alone Toronto or Ottawa. Whereas in World War One, our leaders would have known about these places more, I think. Now they're too busy and they're off in climate conferences on their private jets. So, oh, how times have changed from days when quotes like this came from liberals. Yes, this is a quote from John Defoe, editor of the Manitoba Free Press, a newspaper that's still in existence, but at the time was more firebrandish in patriotic sense here. I'm sure now these writers in the Manitoba Free Press are like their books are burned, but that's not that's a completely fair statement to make after the statue of Queen Elizabeth II was overturned in Winnipeg, in the statue of Queen Victoria torn down and defaced 2 or 3 years ago. So this is not, that's not a hyperbole for me to say that. 337. What does the Manitoba Free Press say in World War One? So, yes, the reluctance of Quebecers to join the armed forces in World War II, while the English Canadian or British Canadian or people from the rest of Canada were dying over in France, became a very contentious issue in Canada. And So in Manitoba, where you have a large French-speaking minority, the Manitoba Free Press was not happy, and they took this opportunity to punish or to advocate punishing local francophone schools and saying that their privileges should be withdrawn. So yes, John Defoe, editor of the Manitoba Free Press. Proportionately, 150,000 French Canadians should have joined the Canadian Armed Forces, but only 15,000 did, said Defoe, adding for good measure that they were. this is definitely going to get this movie or this film banned, but I'm just relating primary source evidence here. Now, he slags the French, but I will counterbalance this with a slagging of both the British by a French Canadian that's also a fair insult, and the Germans. So I'm going to spread the hyperbole and insults around evenly here. Okay, so Defoe lashes out and says that yeah. So, proportionally, 150,000 French Canadians should have joined up, not the 15,000 who had done so, said Defoe, adding for good measure that the French were, quote, the only race of white men to quit, unquote. Defoe's savagery was a measure of the chasm between French and English attitudes by the middle of the war. Even Oscar Skelton, an admirer and later biographer of Laurier, was critical, that's Wilfrid Laurier, Canadian Prime Minister, Liberal Prime Minister, was critical, and Defoe was a Liberal too. In Quebec, the reaction was incomprehension and growing bitterness. Henry Bourassa, the tribune of French-Canadian opinion, dismissed the conflict as one between, quote, Anglo-Saxon mercantilism and love of gold, unquote, and, quote, German autocracy and militarism, unquote. They were as bad as each other. So that's the Quebec view. So we spread the insults around here, but the vehemence in World War One, it was serious. It was really serious because the federal government moved to implement conscription in Canada, which applied to French Canadians just as much as English Canadians. And that's where it got really serious. So Bourassa had been violently opposed to sending a Canadian contingent to South Africa. That was in the Boer War. In 1910, he had denounced Laurier's naval scheme as a step towards conscription of French Canadians in Britain's imperial wars, and had helped to drive him from office on a tide of French-Canadian suspicion. For Laurier, the course of the war threatened deep and lasting damage to his hopes of political recovery, based as they were upon a reconciliation between provincial nationalism in Quebec and the Liberals in English Canada. The closer Borden, that's Conservative Prime Minister William Borden, who also has towns named after him in Saskatchewan, Borden, Saskatchewan. The closer Borden came to his object of participation in the planning of imperial defense, he feared, the more deeply Canada would be committed to, quote, all the wars of the empire, unquote, and the more dangerously French Canadians would be alienated from the rest of Canada, and there was no mistaking the enthusiasm of Canadian Liberals for Canada's part in the war. These deep divisions, let alone the Conservatives, these deep divisions reached a crisis in 1917. With the terrible losses on the Western Front, voluntary enlistments were no longer enough to fill and refill the ranks of the Canadian Expeditionary Force. The fairness and efficiency of, quote, voluntary recruitment aroused misgivings. Even Bourassa conceded that conscription might better than enlistment, but was better than enlistment by intimidation, threat, and blackmail. On his return from the Imperial War Conference in May 1917, Prime Minister Borden opened the campaign for compulsion. Oh boy, this is serious. He pressed Laurier to join a coalition government to carry it through. Laurier refused and argued instead for a referendum, mindful, no doubt, that in Australia, as we shall see, conscription had failed this test of opinion. But in English Canada, his Liberal colleagues, that's capital L Liberal, abandoned him for a, quote, unionist coalition formed under Borden's leadership in October 17. Oh boy, I didn't know that about Laurier. That's just bitter. For them, conscription became the test of Britannic nationhood. The fate of conscription, said Sifton. Oh, how the Liberal Party has changed. The fate of conscription, said Sifton, would show whether or not Canada was, quote, just a helpless aggregation of sectional communities held together by time-serving interests, unquote. When the election came, however, the Unionist government took no chances. The year before, Arthur Maiden, Borden's fixer, had argued that to, quote, to shift the franchise from the doubtful British and anti-British of the male sex and to extend it to our patriotic women would be a splendid stroke, unquote. Not the most, altruistic or pure motives for extending the franchise to women. In the Military Voters Act and the Wartime Elections Act, he had his way. Naturalized aliens, not of British birth, residents for less than 15 years lost the vote. Wow, serious business. Every soldier of whatever age of pre-war residence gained it. Okay. So of any country in pre-war residence gained it, as did nurses and the wives, widows, mothers, and sisters of soldiers. Oh boy, it's so contentious. They're laying down, did you sign up? Are you serving? If you are, you're a Canadian. If you aren't, you're not. You don't even get the vote. That's serious business. Naturalized aliens, yes. With the help of the, quote, gag, unquote, whose effects were felt mainly in the prairie provinces, the election was a triumph for the Unionist coalition, which took 153 seats against the 82 held by the Laurier Liberals, all but 20 in Quebec. What is he saying there? Unionist coalition took 153 seats. The Union... Oh, yeah. So the Laurier Liberals dominated Quebec, only won 20 seats in the rest of Canada. So Laurier stuck with Quebec against conscription, but that caused the defeat of his own party and the victory of the Unionists. The Conscription Act followed in 1918. Oh, this is serious business. The passing of conscription was the high water mark of Britannic nationalism in Canada and marked the readiness of English Canadians to identify their contribution to the Imperial War effort as the acid test of nationhood at whatever cost in racial friction. Wow, that's serious business. The federal government does not have anywhere close to as big balls as either the Liberal or Conservative Party did during World War I in Canada. They would not pass a dog catcher review act that changed the privileges of dog catchers if it offended Quebec in 2024. Why? I don't even think the people in Quebec know. I never mind. The people of Quebec are great. Their leaders are horrible. But they're probably just as ashamed of them as people from the other parts of Canada. Justin Trudeau. Merciful heavens. I won't even go into these other lackey ministers from Quebec. They wouldn't. They're just not cut from this. They're just this description of the situation in Canada World War One was a real country where real issues were being discussed, where Canadians would fight and die for their convictions. These people now are just take their private jet to Aga Khan's island and screw the Canadian people. Who cares about them? Both from Quebec and from the rest of Canada. Sorry, I'm going into too much into Canadian politics. Darwin's account of the refiner's fire of World War One in Canada. Yes, stunning. Now let's move on to Australia. Just as serious a situation, I'm sure. In Australia, compulsory military training for young men had been in place since 1911. Yes, quotes on conscription, page 339 in Australia. So what was going on in Australia at the same time? So, quote from Darwin, page 339. Official enthusiasm helped to ensure the rapid formation of an all-volunteer Australian Imperial Force, the AIF, and the enlistment of over 50,000 men by the end of 1914. At the local level, recruiting was promoted through the existing system of military training and by patriotic leagues, quote unquote, who arranged the enlistment meetings where men joined up in an emotional atmosphere of patriotic sacrifice. As in Canada, Protestant clergymen were vociferous recruiters. Quote, "We are British first and Australian second," unquote, said the Anglican minister in one country district of Victoria. A sense of adventure and fear of unemployment at the beginning of the war, when trade was disrupted, were reinforced by a happy naivete about life on the front. Nevertheless, once Australian troops were committed at Gallipoli and the scale of war became gradually clearer, the federal government hastened to boost the volunteer impulse. Eligible men from 18 to 45 had to fill in a card to say whether they were willing to enlist, and if not, why. Recruitment was reorganized to give a larger role to recruitment sergeants and intensify the moral pressure to volunteer. It was not enough. Once much of the AIF had been transferred to the Western Front after the evacuation of Gallipoli, and its losses began to mount, 6 times as many Australians were eventually killed there as at Gallipoli. Oh, that's stunning. The struggle to refill its ranks began to haunt the Australian ministers. If the AIF was not just to waste away, and with it Australia's reputation and influence in London, something had to be done. That something was compulsion. The most ardent champion of this view was William Morris Hughes, who had become Premier in 1915. I think he was Labour, but I'm not sure about that. To dramatize his appeal and maximize cross-party support, Hughes chose to test opinion through a referendum, not a general election. The wide public support for recruitment, even among those who opposed conscription, suggested that he would win an overwhelming victory. But at the referendum of 28 October 1916, he lost by over 90,000 votes. When he tried again in December 1917, it was in what seemed even more desperate circumstances. The margin was even bigger. Conscription proved bitterly divisive in wartime Australia, and the divisions long outlasted the war. In country districts especially, they separated friends and even families. Opponents of conscription bore the taint of disloyalty. It's like in Canada. In the eyes of Protestant and middle-class opinion, the shirkers who resisted quote-unquote, who resisted compulsion were identified with the Catholic and Irish communities and with organized labor. The ruling Labour Party split over the issue. Hughes led his followers into a new coalition and formed the Nationalist Party in 1917. The rest of the Labour Party drifted gradually to the left. By the middle of 1918, the New South Wales Party had declared in favour of an immediate peace. At the party's federal conference, the resolutions of the Imperial War Conference were rejected in favour of full Australian self-government, an end to all legal appeals to London, the abolition of the honour system, Labour leaders also gradually withdrew from the recruitment effort, which relied heavily on the publicity of speeches and meetings. What lay behind the double failure of conscription? How far did it reflect opposition to the, quote, misuse of Australian manpower in a, quote, British war? How far did it spring from mistrust of British strategy and alarm at British methods? How far did it signal the growth of a new Australian identity that was determined not to be taken for granted by an overweening mother country? The answer must be not very much. Okay, this is Darwin's interpretation. He's saying that the rejection of conscription was not a rejection of the connection to Britain, so we'll see how he qualifies that. So continuing to quote, but the wider argument against conscription had little to do with the repudiation of Britishness or empire. In a voluntarist society, it was an attack on individual rights. I have to say, quite a nuanced, reasoning. It shows a high level of democratic discourse in Australia at this time. In a voluntarist society, it was an attack on individual rights. Some opponents complained that conscription would mean the permanent weakening of trade unionism. As the champion of working class interest in the wage arbitration system, it would be the prelude to the industrial conscription of labor. Wow. Yeah, that's really a high level of reasoning, I have to say. It would be the prelude to the industrial conscription of labor. Others insisted that Australia was doing as much as it could. In rural districts and among farmers, conscription was feared as a remorseless drain on agricultural labor and the family farm. The most widely vented and probably most influential arguments were those that portrayed conscription not as an attack on Australia's autonomy, but as a deadly threat to its white British identity. An attack on its Britannic identity? How is it an attack? The logic was not hard to follow. It appealed to the old half-submerged tradition of isolationism in Australia, resentment at the costly involvement in European wars at the expense of more immediate concerns. So conscription was perceived as unpatriotic because it took people away from Australia. Once again, I have to say, it's a really impressive level of reasoning. Germany posed no danger, claimed the rising young Labour politician John Curtin. Japan was a real menace, and while sending off Australia's manpower to Europe would make no difference against Germany, it would make all the difference in resisting Japan. This argument was especially powerful in Queensland, the invasion colony, most quote-unquote, most exposed, it was believed, to attack from the north. But defense was not the only issue. The more insidious danger was the infiltration of non-white labor, the old bogey of the Labour Party and the trade unions. Vote against conscription, and the colonial coloured labor urged anti-conscriptionists in Victoria. Yeah, it was the 30 million indentured servants were exported from India to all the East African colonies, and Australia was like, no, you're not doing that here. Yes. You will swamp us if we do not stop the forcible deportation of our men. The forcible deportation of our men, who are the white walls of Australia, howled a Queensland pamphlet. Vote no and keep Australia for future Australians. Hughes was guilty of treason against white Australia, said Curtin. Wow, this is a really detailed argument. It's nuanced arguments. In Canada, it was a straight up test of whether Canada was a country culturally British, not French. Whereas in Australia, it's more nuanced. The pro-conscription rhetoric of defense and democracy was neutralized by the claim that draining off white manpower would open the door not just to non-white labor, but the erosion of hard-won political rights. On one anti-conscription cartoon, portrayed a turbaned figure bringing down an axe labeled "Yes" on the neck of democracy. Goodbye, democracy was its byline. Oh my goodness, it's politically incorrect, but it's dealing with real issues. And if anybody's a proponent of that, are they a proponent of the Raj model? A few 100 million indentured servants? And yet it's the Australians that will be called racist? I don't understand. They're saying they want to do their own work. They don't want 500 million indentured servants, or sorry, 30 million. I think it's the white elites that want indentured labor, quote unquote, that are racist. That's my opinion. I deplore them. So let's see. Well, I'm still quoting here. Why not? This is very interesting. The vote against conscription was thus not a repudiation of the empire, let alone of Britishness. It was a vote against open-ended commitment to the war on the Western Front. It expressed a fear that the deeper purpose of empire would be jeopardized by the reckless expenditure of its most precious resource, white men. But it was far from reflecting any wider disenchantment with the war. Hugh's defeat in the first referendum was followed by the crushing victory of his nationalist government in the general election. Wow! The conscription was defeated, and this guy, same guy, and then he ran in the national. So it was not a repudiation of a British cultural identity. Quite the opposite, because it was trying to defend Australia as they saw it. Hugh's defeat, yeah. The Labour government in Queensland, the only state ministry to oppose conscription, the Labour governments in South Australia and New South Wales had supported it, was at pains to reassure British opinion that its commitment to victory was unimpaired. Other Liberal Labour leaders, I should say, perhaps fearful of the lose the war label that Hughes tried to hang around their neck, insisted on their support for the war and enlistment. Nor was the Digger myth that emerged in the second half of the war to celebrate Anzac heroism at Gallipoli at odds with the Britannic tradition of white Australia as the British vanguard of the southern seas. The tough, independent-minded Digger colonizing the, quote, bush fitted perfectly with a, quote, conservative imperial nationalism, unquote, in which Australia played the part of the imperial farm, quote unquote. In the other Pacific Dominion, I've got to give some more airtime to New Zealand here, who contributed proportionately more soldiers. New Zealand's sacrifice is huge. In the other Pacific Dominion, contributing to the war aroused much less controversy. In New Zealand, there was the same eagerness as in Australia to be seen at Britain's side. During the war, over 40% of eligible males enlisted for service. Wow, 40% enlisted voluntarily. The vast majority of them volunteers. Well, okay, the vast majority volunteers. Press, public, and government united behind the vision of empire unity. A great step forward is being made in the work of imperial unification, declared the Dominion newspaper in September 1914. In the race to send an imperial contingent, boasted Sir James Allen, the defense minister, in April 1915, we are a long ways ahead of any one of the dominions. The quid pro quo was a voice in foreign policy, the sine qua non a voice in London. Yeah, that's as they saw it. This won them a voice in foreign policy. In the empire in a broader sense. The joint leaders of the government coalition, Massey and Sir Joseph Ward, spent much of the war in London. In May June 1916, conscription for overseas service was enacted by an overwhelming parliamentary majority. Yeah, New Zealand's very pro-empire for obvious reasons. It's smaller, and their own self-interest is tied up in that. So each of those three countries are different, very complicated. Anyway, I mean, perhaps the New Zealand one was more straightforward, but Australia and Canada, very interesting. Refiner's fire was the phrase I used. World War One. Wow. Yes. So there's a secondary source here on Australia in this period if people want to do some further reading. Alomes, 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 quote, A Nation at Last, unquote, published 1988, North Ryde, New South Wales. For further info on New Zealand during this period, see Bellick, B-E-L-I-C-H, James, quote, Paradise Reforged, published 2002. Now, South Africa's war effort, I will also detail here briefly. 70,000 European South Africans, almost all British, and 44,000 black South Africans served. No figures on the casualties here for South Africa as compared to Canada and Australia and New Zealand, but I don't know why they didn't list that when they were listing the other figures. So I'm sorry I don't have that. It says isolation in South Africa was a much more powerful factor than in any other dominion, Darwin says, page 346. Now I should mention Ireland as well. Ireland, quote, in no part of the empire, however, were the effects of war more drastic than in Ireland, unquote. This gets into Irish history, but I should relate this. This is a very important part of the British Empire. Irish Party leader John Redmond, like Australia and New Zealand politicians, wanted a volunteer Irish military force to demonstrate loyalty to the Empire and to win concessions for Ireland after the war, namely Dominion status like Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. But certain units in the Irish Volunteer Military Force were controlled by Republicans who attempted to receive weapons from the Germans, and even after the weapons were intercepted, went ahead with the Dublin Rising of 1916. Lloyd George proceeded to speak out of two sides of his mouth, to Ulster Unionists and Redmond Nationalists, offering Northern Ireland an exclusive political future, while telling the South it was temporary. This undermined Redmond in the South and allowed the rise of Sinn Féin, from which eventually there was no looking back. This pivotal series of events in Irish history, Darwin asserts, including Sinn Féin's rise, were underlaid by the Irish fear of conscription. So that conscription issue in World War I, in the different countries of the British Empire, of course, he doesn't detail his own country very much. It's like, well, what was going on with the British working class? The British views of conscription. How come he never talks about his own country? It's like, I don't understand. But in each of the countries of the British Empire, I mean, this is World War I was a refiner's fire. Redmond saw Lloyd George. No, I can't. That's getting too much into the details. Chapter 9. Making of the Imperial Peace. I think I'm going to have to keep moving, otherwise I'm going to fall asleep. Wilson, that's Woodrow Wilson, insisted on freedom of the seas. Now, once again, we saw his very anti-British quote before. Basically, we've got him where we want him now. And he follows this up by insisting on freedom of the seas. Now, as that is just his liberalism, wanting to support economic freedom, and which is classical liberalism, or does he have some anti-British axe to grind? This clashed with Britain's main weapon during past wars. Yeah, of course he knew that. For example, in the Napoleonic Wars, World War I, Britain's main weapon was naval blockade of enemy ports. So Wilson saying, I insist, as one of his 14 points, I think it was one of the 14 points, was freedom of the seas, was aimed right at shooting a torpedo in the British Empire. This is something Canadians know. The British or the Americans are not pro-British. They have it's their own history, and you can't ask them to go against that. But British leaders never seem to realize that, which should push them more towards countries that don't have that problem with them, but it doesn't seem to sink into their current leaders anyways. Britain again getting sucked into continental melee. Secretary to both the Cabinet and its Committee on Imperial Defense, Maurice Hankey, 23 January 1925, so we're into the post-World War I period, that it was, quote, an almost essential imperial interest, unquote, to be on good terms with France. Pardon me? Any Canadian is outside of Quebec is, even in Quebec, they don't like France and Quebec either, because they think France ditched them in 1757, or they're just, France is just incompetent. They didn't send ships to help Quebec in the fall of Quebec to Britain. So, but the British are now saying in post-World War I, Maurice Hankey, that an almost essential imperial interest is on good terms with France. Will not be on bad terms with France. How would that hurt you? Churchill was furious with any prevention of a return to the gold standard. Gold, said Montague Norman. What? That's just such a British name or an English name. Montague Norman, the governor of the Bank of England. Well, that guy's just like, his bona fides are strong. Quote, is the guarantee of good faith. Gold, said Montague Norman, the governor of the Bank of England, is the guarantee of good faith. Britain's return to gold in October 1925 was intended to signal the end of post-war economic turbulence and London's resumption of its pre-war status. Two reasons he gives why Britain's pre-war commercial juggernaut did not revive. This is Darwin's reasons. He says Japanese local competition in Indian textiles market. Okay. Well, the textiles was the major export, certainly during the 19th century. So maybe he's got a point there. Competition is number two. Competition in shipping from American, Scandinavian, and Japanese merchant marines. But once again, focus on empire countries is the reason why the percentage of shipping declined was because it had been expanded during free trade conditions. It's just assumed that other countries are benevolent, but when a war comes, they may not be on your side, and so they're going to take over your shipping. If they're not going to allow you to control their shipping. like Japan, even the United States. So it's not that it's a free trade with no political control is an exposure that in times of conflict, with I dare say we're entering into again in 2024, is a liability. Um, on of course, it's all wonderful when everybody's at peace, but in a time of conflict is when it's a liability. On imperial preference during the 1920s, quote 372. So there's different phases where imperial preference came in vogue around the turn of the century with Joseph Chamberlain, and then in the no, I don't think it really took off in the 1920s. It was in the 1930s that it rose to the fore again. 372. Yes. Quote, the grudging nod by the wartime British government towards imperial preference, quote, imperial development and subsidized empire development was converted by post-war tariff reformers like Leo Amery into a full-scale program to relieve unemployment and reorientate the economy. Budgetary cuts and treasury opposition meant that little came of this. Okay, so that was the situation in the 1920s. So he goes on. But it was desperation at the prospect of deepening economic crisis at the end of 1923 that led Baldwin, the Conservative Prime Minister, to declare a sudden conversion to protective tariffs. The occupation of the Ruhr, he told the House of Commons, that's in German, or in border of France and Germany, I believe. He told the House of Commons meant that the restoration of Europe had been postponed for years. We are in a position of emergency that we have never been in before, unquote. Radical and drastic measures, unquote, were needed. Tariffs were rejected by the electorate. The 1924 Labour government and the second Baldwin ministry, 1924 and 1929, with the free trader Winston Churchill as Chancellor of the Exchequer, turned back to the orthodoxies of the gold standard as their escape from the economic labyrinth. Yes, Churchill is known for his advocacy of return to the gold standard in the 1920s, which he was been lampooned for ever since. That's a whole other issue. But so, like, free trade continued. There was attempts to impose more of an empire exclusive trade zone, but it didn't really take off in the It was snuffed out in the 1920s. So on these issues of economic issues with the British Empire during this period, see I.M. Drummond, quote, Imperial Economic Policy, 1917 to 1939, published 1974, page 736. It's like another small book. Lord Curzon, former Viceroy of India, as chairman of the War Cabinet's Eastern Committee, said on December 9, 1918, I have, in quotes, delusional, but I'm being too opinionated here for a reviewer. Let's see, 378. What does Lord Curzon have to say? Curzon says, why should Great Britain push herself out in these directions? Of course, the answer is obvious. India. Protecting India required the exclusion of any other great power from Southwest Asia. Okay. Curzon's preference was for, quote, native states, unquote, local autonomy for Arabs and Kurds, modeled on the princely states of India. What mattered most was a proper settlement for Turkey and Persia. It's just like, I'm sorry, like, are you God? Like, wow. What mattered most was a proper settlement for Turkey and Persia. Curzon was convinced that Ottoman Turkey must be cut down to size to demolish its pre-war status in the Islamic world and destroy forever the power it had used with such deadly effect against Britain, its control of the Straits. Denying their old leverage in European diplomacy, that is, command of the Straits, and restricted to their Anatolian homeland, the Turks could do little harm. In the case of Persia, against whose domination by Russia he had warned so vociferously before 1914, Curzon's plan was to bind the Shah's government in a treaty that exchanged aid for influence. Tehran's grip would be tightened on its unruly provinces with British help. The Shah's minister would defer to British advice, really. The deal, that's me inserting my opinion there. The deal would be sweetened by a British loan. To ensure against disruption from the north, a military presence would be maintained in the Caucasus and Transcaspia, where post-imperial states were emerging from the wreck of Tsarism. It's just megalomania. And needless to say, the whole vast scope of Curzon's plan assumed implicitly that the citadel of Britain's Middle Eastern power, her supremacy in Egypt, would be even safer and stronger than before the war, unquote. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, there's no British majority in any of these countries. So why are these countries? They're going to be looking out. The Iranians are going to be looking out for themselves. The Egyptians are going to be looking out for themselves. Well, this is delusional, in my opinion. Better to focus on your own people and your friends, and build up strength from those instead of this like world-spanning rhetoric. But I'm Monday morning quarterbacking here. The British people never emotionally invested in the sprawling treaty empire across the Middle East. Yes. Oh, the first mention of the British people here on page 3. No, I'm not slagging Darwin for that. But it's amazing. There's very little talk of the British people themselves. Yes. So quotes. Yeah, he is talking about the British people here. So, what is surprising, this is quote, page 385, what is surprising in retrospect is how little interest the British people seem to take beyond the, quote, official mind, yes, very major distinction, in the new treaty empire they had founded in the Middle East, an empire that now included not only the mandates in Iraq, Transjordan, and Palestine, the, quote, veiled protectorate in Egypt, the real protectorates in the Persian Gulf, and a colony in Aden still under the Bombay government, but also 2 new client states in the Nejd and Hejaz, soon to be forcibly united as Saudi Arabia by Ibn Saud. Part of the reason may lie in the absence of causes that endeared tropical Africa to press in the public, the crusade against slavery and the struggle for souls. I mean, the scope of this is just incredible. In that sense, Britain's moment in the Middle East remained cast in the mold of its first imagining. Yes. The British people were more sensible than their, what were they called? How come we can't find my place there? Yes. Whatever. There was a distinction between the British people and the colonial or the elites in the back rooms who thought a Middle Eastern empire was a great idea. The British people never really had any heartfelt sympathy for or feeling for this. Delusional conception of control of India, and that controls control of the Middle East. Yes, just unbelievable. At the heart of Darwin's decision to use the term British system, British world system, encourages the reader to conclude Darwin believed such a conception was morally legitimate. He is making a derisive, or he's repeating Adam Smith's derisive sense in the phrase "the Empire Project," which indicates a skepticism on the whole thing. But then he uses the phrase "the rise and fall of the British world system." I don't think he's being derisive in his use of the British world system. So in some senses, he uses this like this was a system. He believes that. He advocates that. It's hard to see how that holds up, but a system that implies a simplistic, mechanical functioning of parts, and that's not the case. You're dealing with incredibly complex countries in and of themselves. Canada is a massively complicated federation of provinces. Australia has its own interior dynamics. Is this a system? How is it a Brit? It's countries who are allied. That's as much as I can go, as far as I can go. But people in London considered it a system, a British world system. Maybe in the city of London, and certain people in the British government. Which would emphasize the point that when it was challenged in World War I and World War II, after World War II, it was assumed that the whole thing was a failure because this simplistic system did not function. Whereas the mistake was in ever conceiving it like that. It was more realistic to consider Britain a country, Canada a country, Australia a country. That's realistic, that's believable, that's real. But so don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, that's the point I'm making here. Is that after World War II, it's not that there was nothing left. It's that the real thing was left. But the British elites tended to, well, we'll get into that. I shouldn't say that. We'll get into the post-World War II afterwards. The Indian Civil Service, often referred to by the Orwellian-sounding ICS, was considered by the British the steel frame of India. I don't know if the Indians conceived of it like that. I don't blame Darwin, but he is simply wrong to lump together the self-conception of India and Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. South Africa, as usual, being a complicated case. Again, I'm reiterating my opinion. Ireland became the fifth Dominion after 1921, so it was given Dominion status, but was the cat out of the bag. And well, there was just literal violence by this point. Warring factions. For Canadians and possibly for Ireland, it's important to remember that Newfoundland was the sixth Dominion until 1933. And Newfoundland, the island of Newfoundland, where they have basically Irish accents, if anybody knows, ever talked to a Newfoundlander, was not a province of Canada until the 1940s. And it had Dominion status until 1933, when I think its economy was crushed in the Depression, and so it was taken over as a dependency of Britain after that. Until the 1940s, when it became a province of Canada. Darwin, by a referendum, I believe. Darwin correctly points out, you wonder if they want a referendum in Newfoundland now. Wouldn't doubt it. I'm not sure what's going on in Newfoundland, but I saw some recent protests there. Darwin correctly points out, I'm in Vancouver on the opposite end of Canada, like 5,000 kilometers away. So, Darwin correctly points out that Dominion participation in the empire was not a bending of the knee to Downing Street, rather to resist isolationism. Yes, very key point, especially with Canada. It's not conceived of course, that criticism, certain people in the Liberal Party, like Mackenzie King, would have been susceptible to the argument that it was bending of the knee. But more, it's a card to play against the Americans. That's the reason why Canada likes to identify with Britain, which is Canada's own reason. And because it gives us a connection to Europe, which would be a criticism of the United States, that they're too isolationist culturally. And so isolationism as the can be called provincialism, which makes us sound like a backwater. Canada and the Empire during and after World War I. Yes, I described things at the height of affairs. Let's see. Another long quote here, but this is very interesting to me as a Canadian, so I'm going to indulge myself, and hopefully the viewer will also find it interesting. I'll try not to go on for too long. So, quote, as the largest and oldest of the dominions, Canada's attitude was of key importance. This is in the post-World War I period. Before the war, the Canadian Premier, Sir Robert Borden, had been an ardent advocate of a common imperial foreign policy. An advocate of a common imperial foreign policy, over which Canada should exert a significant influence. Oh yes. Canada had made the largest contribution in manpower to the imperial war effort. Borden's union, closely matched by Australia, I'm sure. Borden's unionist coalition had driven through conscription against the passionate protest of the French Canadians in a bruising demonstration of Britannic loyalty. In 1918, Borden had been instrumental in gaining Dominion representation at the Peace Conference in Paris as part of, quote, the British Empire delegation. But after 1921, under the Liberal Prime Minister Mackenzie King, the Canadian government repudiated much of the approach for which Borden had stood. Yeah, thanks a lot, Mackenzie King. Insisted upon the right to negotiate and sign a separate treaty, the, quote, Halibut Treaty with the United States in 1923. So this is the Liberal Party, or Mackenzie King, insisting on his own thing, and supported in 1926 the demand from Ireland and South Africa that Dominion equality with Britain, including the right to their own foreign policy, should be formally recognized in a public statement. Yes, King was said to had attention drawn to him, and that, you know, Canada was doing its own thing, like a spoiled baby or something. But also mainly he was fishing for votes in Quebec. That's all that was about. Mackenzie King was an Ontario Presbyterian, the son of a Toronto barrister turned academic, which is why nobody in Alberta ever voted for him, because he was considered a Toronto elite. but his position as Liberal leader was crucially dependent on his support in Quebec. Aha, exactly what I was saying. Where Ernest Lapointe, the provincial leader, was his vital ally until his death in 1941, and the avoidance of any damaging rupture between his followers there and in English Canada. So this is the real reason why Mackenzie King had insisted on, what was he insisting on? Some statement of equality or something. Pitiful. Yes, no one in the Maritimes, Ontario, or Western Canada should ever again vote Liberal, sell out Canada for votes in Quebec and power, period. It sums up not the Liberal Party always. In the 19th century, they were classical liberals and some sensible principles, but Mackenzie King comes off as a power-hungry guy. Do anything for votes, including buying off entire regions, scheming, ditching Britain, you name it. He'd do it for votes and power in Ottawa. Yeah, why do the Liberals ever do anything to win votes in Quebec and keep power in Ottawa? That sums up Canadian history for the last 75 years. Not slagging the Liberals before that. So, yes, the Liberals, well, maybe I'll leave off on the Liberals. What about the Conservatives? They deserve some blame too. Yeah, the Conservatives under Mulroney and Harper, having copied them, prioritized power for themselves by making the habit of representing Quebec and every other country in the world now, of representing Quebec and every other country in the world except English Canada. That can always be thrown under the bus and will look good and tolerant for it. How are these people patriotic Canadians? I fail to see. Of course, the Conservatives just copied that, moral descent of the Liberal Party started at this point. So Darwin says after World War I, the repudiation of isolationism was championed most articulately by Clifford Sifton and John Defoe. He makes a big deal about John Defoe, the editor of the Winnipeg Free Press. I'm not quite sure how widespread Defoe's influence really was. In Winnipeg certainly, or Manitoba, but the rest of Canada, I'm not sure about that. I'm not well read enough in this period, but I'm suspicious of that. Yeah. Yes. Well, Defoe, which again shows the massive swing in the Liberal Party from this time to its current manifestation. At this time, the Liberals, or Defoe at least, wanted to be a sovereign and equal country, Canada, to be a sovereign and equal country in a, quote, League of British States. This is the Liberal Party. Of course, the Conservatives would have been all in favor of this, but rejected any British attempt to entangle Canada in the Middle East. Yes, that's sensible. And the European continent. Yes, very sensible. I'm not saying I would have voted Liberal even back then, but they're certainly a lot more sensible. Maybe I would have. Like Sifton and Defoe, Borden's closest advisor, Loring Christie, was alarmed by signs that Britain had turned away from her imperial destiny to plunge into the quagmire of European diplomacy. Yes, yes, yes. And, the British people have said that with Brexit. Or 50% of them, anyways, 51%. But of course, their whole elite class was all for continuing the private jet set conferences and everything with the European anti-democratic elites. It is noticeable in Darwin's footnotes the dearth of secondary scholarship on Canada and the what? Why am I saying that about Darwin? That's completely unfair. The secondary primary sources are amazing. There's a section at the back that I recommend anybody consult. The Pacific Dominions disliked the expansion of, quote, tropical empire for similar reasons to radicals in Britain. So once again, a rare reference to interior British dynamics. So the radicals in Britain were against tropical empire. That's significant. So it's the elites that wanted the tropical empire. Well, and India too. And that's what came back and bit the British Empire. It wasn't that Canada was doing fine. Nobody's ashamed. Who's ashamed of Canada? Well, now they're saying Canada is a horrible. Oh, we've just discovered that Canada was a horrible place. And it's like the native people in Alberta and Saskatchewan. It's like the first they've heard of it. You know, I mean, some like condo dwelling lobbyist in Ottawa just like says something like that. But on the ground, the relationship with the native peoples is mostly good in Canada. Still is. Of course, there's always some condescending, patronizing politicians, mostly liberals, but also all the parties who try to use the Indigenous people, and they've always done that. But then they have complete contempt and try to use their own people too. So, and have thrown them under the bus too. So we just have bad leaders. Radicals in the Pacific Dominions disliked the expansion of tropical empire for similar reasons to radicals in Britain, namely resentment of the bankers in London, yes, and their ability to frustrate state labor governments in Australia. Wow, this is globe spanning, but the elites are still in control. Well, Canada and Australia and Britain spanning, I should say, not world spanning. Australia's interest in the Suez Canal was, quote, second to none. It makes sense. But would they go so far as to say they want involvement in the Middle East? Probably, maybe not, I'm not sure. An embarrassing contrast between Mackenzie King, suspicious of a plot to make Canada party to one imperial policy, and Australian and New Zealand leaders who, quote, more realistically, unquote, saw influence on imperial policy as leveraging of their own power. Yes, that's more of an outward-looking, big picture thing instead of. But Mackenzie King's just angling for votes in Quebec. That's the only reason he says that. Just despicable. But he wanted power, so they all do. PM Hughes of Australia declared, quote, in foreign affairs, the empire must speak with one voice. Wow, that's quite the quote. I can repeat that. In foreign affairs, the empire must speak with one voice. And a lot of conservatives in Canada would have agreed with that. But in the post-war period, like after World War II, the Liberals went really strong against that with Pearson, and certainly with Pierre Trudeau. It's just had purposely undermined English Canada, that the Conservatives just like nice doggy get led along by the Liberals in whatever insane, path they want to drag Canada through now. Heaven only knows. But the Conservative Party is a good doggy. They follow the Liberals. But not the Canadian people, I will say. PM Hughes of Australia, yes, declared, in foreign affairs the empire must speak with one voice. Wow. Why did Mackenzie King behave like this? I've already said it several times, but we'll see what Darwin says. Okay. Indeed, Hughes and Bruce, Australian and New Zealand Prime Minister, Bruce, pretty sure. Better double check that. Oh, no, it was Australian. Oh, I gotta get my... I'm not a historian of all these times and places. It cannot be. Nope, he's leaving me out to dry here. Yes, Stanley Bruce was Australian Prime Minister in 1923. Australia's second youngest Prime Minister. During his term, there was a gradual increase in Commonwealth powers in financial matters. Okay. So, Hughes and Bruce was Bruce. Hughes was Labour Party. And well, he was Nationalist Party in Australia. Okay. Indeed, Hughes and Bruce reasserted the British character of the Australian Commonwealth in terms inconceivable to a Canadian premier. No. He's not understanding Canada. At least one who wanted votes in Quebec. Yep, there's the main caveat. There's the main explanation. But the Canadian people don't care about getting votes in Quebec. It's just the Liberal Party and probably the Conservative Party too. And the people of Quebec aren't bad. Why does the rest of Canada just for power? But people in Quebec are probably open to reasoned argument. We are all of the same race. Yes, this is Hughes and Bruce. We are all of the same race and speak the same tongue in the same way, said Hughes. We are more British than the people of Great Britain. Okay. Our great destiny is to hold this continent in trust for those of our race who come after. It is essential to remember, insisted Bruce, that the British Empire is one great nation. The British people represent one nation and not many nations, as some have endeavored to suggest. Yes, now, it's quite the claim. Self-reliance and the cultivation of Australian sentiment was how Labour preferred to lay the emphasis. Yes, it wanted to cut away some of the outward signs of subordinate status. But these were superficial. The defense of white Australia remained the foremost plank on the party platform. Of course, this is, incendiary language now. But you have to compare it to the 30 million indentured labor exported from the Raj to the other British colonies. This was the context in which that phrase was used. So it's to not use indentured labor from India and Africa and Asia. So, which is the racist view? I would say more using, you know, indentured servants from these other countries is racist, that I don't agree with. But this is still incendiary language. That's yeah. Uh, for Hughes and Bruce, there was little to fear at home from a close association with imperial policy, as long as it reflected their views and protected their interests. Their real concern was not the London government would wish to impose its views or would impose its wishes, but that those wishes were becoming too selfishly narrow. Yeah. Like Christie and other old followers of Borden, they were alarmed by the European turn in British policy. Yes, yes, yes. The difference with Canada is that it's too far. It was too far away from India and the tropical empire in Africa to be threatened by this flooding of Canada with the indentured labor that I'm sure the British elites or the City of London elites would have dreamt of. But um, that's changed in the 21st century. So now Canada is facing some of these issues that it's never had to before. But it's I mean, discourse is not this nuanced amongst our leaders. They're just, I mean, they're chasing polls. They don't think about actual history or I think looking out for um, Canadians. They're complete international liberal internationalists. But Australia has a longer, and New Zealand have a longer history of to deal with these issues. Canada was too cold and too far away from India and Africa and Asia for this to become an issue in the past, which is why our leaders today are just woefully unprepared for the 21st century. Um, when the mine owners suspend, yes, in South Africa, the mines were the uh, where the indentured labor was going to in South Africa, and is that what's going on in Canada in the 21st century? Is Canada the new South Africa, the playground of the landlords and the billionaires employing millions of indentured labor? It looks like it. And that's a disgrace to our once democratic uh, country. But the Canadian people have not been consulted yet. Mackenzie King also opposed independence. Yes, because that would have American connotation. Would be badly received in English Canada, Darwin says. Balfour's formula acknowledged that the real ties that would hold the dominions to Britain were the informal ties of sentiment and self-interest. Yes, I agree with that. Yes, this elephant in the room in South Africa, to use an African metaphor, is that Africans outnumbered Europeans 4-1 in South Africa. It's just a massive difference from Canada or Australia. So it makes South Africa unique. And I would say, sometimes I don't know that much about South Africa, but people seem uncomfortable with talking about it and stuff. And I certainly don't agree with apartheid, but like period. Um, the only thing I would say is that I don't like any country to be ascribed with some have some necessary fate ascribed to it, like it's hopeless or something. I don't think that's the case in South Africa or any country. And I have not been to South Africa, so I can't talk too much about it. But I don't like um, people slagging it like it can't, like there's no hope there, or that it um, there's nothing good about it. I'm sure that's not the case. Um, so the parties in South Africa, you have the National Party of Botha. This is mid 20th or early, leading up to World War II, 1920s, 1930s. The National Party of Botha, Smut's South African Party, and the Unionist Party of Cecil Rhodes. Yes. Further complicating things was the class tensions amongst the English speakers, class tensions always being prominent in British culture. Mine workers and mine owner whose influence was strong in the Union Party of Cecil Rhodes, yes, of course. After World War I, the class tensions within the quote English community erupted, the spark being the post-war depression and its effect on the gold mining industry. The mine owners longed to swap white workers for cheap African workers, and the 30 million indentured servants from India, I'll keep adding. The African workers being more easily abused because the white workers were organized in unions. A stark fact. Absolutely deplorable. But that's blaming the white mine owners, not necessarily. I don't know to what extent anyone else in South Africa is responsible for that. In Canada, the most amazing thing about social culture in both French and English Canada, the heartland of this being the prairies, was the marked social egalitarianism. No one in Canada gets up on a high horse, period, at least not without being obliterated electorally. Brian Mulroney, the most stark example. In 1992, the Conservative Party under Brian Mulroney, although he ducked out the back door a few months before the election, was taken from a majority government to 2 seats in the House of Commons, 2 seats, by the Reform Party in Western Canada and the Bloc Québécois in Quebec. So once again, the people of Quebec and the people of Western Canada are, as my view, as likely to be on the same page, although they're from their own perspectives, as disliking the power-hungry Central Canadian elites like Mulroney and Trudeau and Harper. I would classify the same thing, born and raised in Toronto. Because they get up on their high horse and they forget that social egalitarianism is very basic to Canadian culture, and I would say that's why people of other races can fit in Canada, because to a certain extent, because Canadians are used to doing their own work. We don't have landlords here, at least we never did, and we don't want them. So Canadians can work alongside Sikh people or anyone else, and I'm gonna be just the same as them. We're both gonna work, and we are equals. That's a good thing. We don't want landlords and mines of tens, hundreds of thousands of people. In Canada, disagreement is not racial, rather more likely to be between provinces and regions and the federal government. Quebec prairies, particularly Alberta populism, the dominant egalitarianism of the people versus Central Canadian elites. That's the Canadian history in a nutshell, including the current situation. Corporate elites in Canada, individuals equivalent to the landlords in South Africa, never got off the ground because of this social egalitarianism. Egalitarianism, too valued, guarded in every province, especially Alberta, further indicating the widespread egalitarianism of both French Canadian and English Canadian culture in all the regions of English Canada and Quebec is the hatred of Ottawa. John A. Macdonald set the trajectory of this egalitarian democratic culture in the Conservative Party. Of course, George Brown did in the Liberal Party, with his election picnic circuits and humor making fun of himself for drinking too much. And equally important, yes, George Brown set at least, if not more, a trajectory in the egalitarian direction in the original Liberal Party, the Liberal or Reform, capital R Reform Party of the 19th century, under his leadership, bearing the mark and background of the Reform movement in Scotland as being the representative of the working class. No landlords in Canada, period. Darwin's work as a panorama, yes, this is I'm going to conclude with this statement as well, or put this in the conclusion. Darwin's work is a panorama, a sweeping, fast-moving recounting of political, social, and economic events, 1830 to 1970. I'm going to repeat that. Darwin's work is a panorama, a sweeping, fast-moving recounting of political and social and economic events, 1830 to 1970. Yes, important observation. Well, I'm going to put that at the end. So we're on to chapter 10. Holding the Center, 1937 to 1942. No, Holding the Center, 1927 to 1937. Holding the center. At least there still was a center in their conception at that time. Now, where's the center? Britain's still there. The British people are still there. Being thrown in jail by their own prime minister. Just despicable. Okay, so 1925 to 1929, 100 years ago, a new economic order took shape in Europe, underwritten by U.S. investment. Free trade liberals in Britain swelled with pride that a new world-spanning commonwealth, this is when the term commonwealth first reared its head, by these free trade neoliberals, and we can still call them liberals maybe, after World War I, 1920s. Tensions between Britain and the US involved belligerent rights in a future war. Yes, once again, Wilson was already angling to torpedo the British Empire, and so Roosevelt finished it off. But this is what people in Canada understand, but the British never seem to see it. Not all British people, I'm going to say. Tensions between Britain and the US involved belligerent rights in a future war. In the Napoleonic Wars and World War I, naval blockade of European ports was the British weapon, Britain's main weapon. Thus, the rise of American merchant marine and whether it could be blockaded from European ports by the Royal Navy was a challenge, I say a threat, to Britain and the Empire. So there was the Naval Conference in 1930 that dealt with some of these issues. India was assumed to be, perhaps including by Darwin, quote, its most powerful possession of all. Possession? Possession? So the 1929 crash of the New York Stock Exchange, yes, caused a contraction of world trade and a banking crisis in Europe as American lenders called in loans. Ramsay MacDonald formed a coalition government called the National Government. Why does Darwin say Neville Chamberlain might have expected a warm welcome in Canada? I learned that as I got my head around the names more, is that Neville Chamberlain, the British Prime Minister in the 1930s, who was famous for his peace in our time claim with Hitler, was the son of Joseph Chamberlain, the foreign secretary at the turn of the century, 1900, secretary of the colonies and advocate of empire preference tariffs. That's why he would have expected a warm reception at the Ottawa Conference in 1932, because his father was a big empire guy and pro tariffs, preferential tariffs for Canada. That's why he would have expected a warm reception in Ottawa. But the Ottawa 1932 conference was very interesting. Yes, the Ottawa Conference and Imperial Preference, pages 436 through 438. Very interesting event with Prime Minister R.B. Bennett of Canada, who was from Alberta, and I'm an Albertan. And wow, big scale talks there. In coordination with the Australian delegation. I mean, it's these morons and these small-minded people we have now. Of course, they talk about useless stuff like, like international, health treaties with the World Health Organization. What about trade? What about jobs? What about real stuff? No, don't want to talk about that. When you're unemployed, we'll give you social housing. That's about the extent of their economic reasoning. The old argument for empire was that it secured industrial employment in the UK. That's the, Canada, Australia, and to a lesser extent New Zealand, but New Zealand too, would have produced primary products, commodities, whereas and that's the reason for access to the British market. But the British market doesn't produce comparatively large amounts of commodities, it's there as a processing center. That's its competitive advantage. Large population, small location. That's with all the European countries. And that's why a lot of these arguments could be applied to France as well. It's certainly France. You'd think Spain as well. This is not just a overdue focus on Britain or the British Empire. I think this goes to Europe in the modern world. Is large populations, small countries, they have to be trade orientated. And America was discovered. Okay, they shouldn't try to go back to in the medieval period where it's like 1 acre and a cow, but somehow they're still making a go of it. No, they have to have trade relations with other countries. You'd think that would be obvious, but I can't. I have no connection to other European countries except Canada to a certain extent with France, but I don't have, it's a little bridge too far to be asking Canadians to care about France. But on the other hand, France actually did try to stick to this, looking out for its own self-interest more than Britain in the immediate post-war period. De Gaulle did a little bit more, had a little bit more of an actual spine than, Macmillan or. So I'm not throwing France under the bus. It's just so the Ottawa Conference, 1932, depths of the Depression. 1930 saw depression in the old industrial areas of northeast England, Lancashire, industrial Scotland, and South Wales. Quote from Darwin, here political feeling displayed deep alienation from the Victorian ethos of liberal capitalism, including perhaps the Victorian conception of a free trading empire. He's even reluctant to question the free trade orthodoxy by saying perhaps the Victorian conception. So there was a Labour minority government 1929-1931. Stanley Baldwin, the Conservative leader throughout all this period. Coalition national government that consisted of the Labour leaders and the Conservatives. The bulk of Labour split, however, from their leaders. Baldwin was afraid of socialist rising and tried to strike a conciliatory tone and cover the center of the political spectrum. Darwin evidences, although this doesn't detract from his knowledge of primary and secondary sources, which are voluminous, just indicates an opinion. Yes, he's got a free trade prejudice or opinion, which when rare, Darwin evidences an assumption, an insinuation that imperial self-sufficiency economically, quote, had little appeal to the economically literate, unquote. So there's some condescension there that people who aren't free trade are economically illiterate. Free trade would work in certain circumstances, certainly did for Britain in the 19th century, but in other circumstances, what are we going to do with, is China looking out for Western countries? Is it just a choir boy, when it comes to economic self-interest? No. So in other circumstances, depends who you're dealing with. But maybe he's communicating attitudes of the time. At the time, protectionism or imperial preference, quote, had little appeal to the economically literate, unquote. Now, enter R.B. Bennett, Conservative Prime Minister of Canada, who had people starving in the prairie provinces right now. As if R.B. Bennett was a simpleton, yes. He also relates, without qualification, quote, the financial instincts of Australian leaders were viewed with suspicion, unquote. So once again, this is not even just free trade that he's looking, or people at the time were looking down their nose at. Australian leaders were viewed with suspicion, like they're stupid. That's going way too far. But I don't know if he's not necessarily relating his opinion. He's relating the opinion of some people in Britain at the time. Quote, scarred by his encounter with its PM, R.B. Bennett, at the Ottawa Conference, Neville Chamberlain took a sour view of Canada's part in the empire, unquote. Okay, so they're looking down on Australian leaders, taking a sour view of Canada's part in the empire. Wow, well, this is Neville Chamberlain. You know, was completely discredited by appeasement. So maybe we shouldn't ascribe too much value to what he thought about Australian or Canadian leaders in the 1930s. And yet his view that free trade is the obvious economically literate thing to advocate, as the assumption, condescending assumption, is still the dominant view in Canada, Britain, the world. Globalism, big happy family, and China's looking out for our best interest, is still the case, astonishingly. But R.B. Bennett is certainly just a moron. So, basically slandering Canada as a backwater of the U.S. This is Chamberlain's quotes related here. So Neville Chamberlain is not coming off as the most sterling, to use a British financial term, a guy, and yet somehow free trade liberalism is always right. I'm not saying in some instances it isn't. So the Liberal Party, there's some condescending quotes of Neville Chamberlain's view of R.B. Bennett. Thought he was bullying him at the Ottawa Conference to gain better access for Canadian wheat into the British market. Apparently he didn't really know what was going on in the prairie provinces at that time, but that's not an inconceivable thing that's something people in the prairie provinces would have been howling for Bennett to negotiate for. And the fact that Neville Chamberlain just considered this an attack on himself or something, or on Britain, that's showing it speaks for itself. This detailing of the Ottawa Conference here is fascinating. This is in chapter 12. Chapter 10, Holding the Centre, 1927 to 1937. His narrative of the Ottawa Conference is really interesting. Maybe that's just as a Canadian, but they were talking massive scale stuff. Empire-wide free trade, in commodities at least, and it was big stuff. But so I should detail this a little bit. Yeah. So the basic dynamics were that the Liberal Party of Canada still trumpeted classical liberal values in the 1930s. So they would have been for maintaining free trade. But R.B. Bennett was from the prairies. You know, he was a Calgary lawyer in the 1920s. Anyway, I think he was born in the Maritimes. But um, so he ran on empire preference to try to gain access to for prairie wheat and other Canadian commodities to the British market to try to stimulate trade. And that those were the dynamics. But then yeah, so leader of the Conservative Party, Arthur Mahan, the leader in the before Bennett in the 1920s. Well, this is more social stuff. This is not economic. Um, yeah. Um, but where's my detailing of the Ottawa Conference? This is what I. Yeah, the arduous negotiations at Ottawa taught British ministers, if they needed reminding, that Dominion politicians had as keen a sense of their own national interest as the London government itself. Well, of course. There's this idea that Canadians or Australians are economic morons. I mean, that's ridiculous. Um, Not all British people would have thought that at the time, certainly, but Neville Chamberlain? Well, this is an observation of another European in Britain at the time, 1930s. He says, quote, "The British prefer to emphasize the unity of the empire. To them, England and the empire are one, and no such thing exists as an England conceived separately." Okay. Um, um, is that why the British working class is not talked about? Because it's assumed that the empire is one and the same as the British working class? And yet, there are differences in interests between the British Isles, Canada, Australia, South Africa. So it's a little too simplistic to say England and the empire are one, but that's the way an outsider perceived it. Um, this is so the national government took two crucial decisions. This is the British national government in the 1930s. The first was to abandon the fixed price of sterling in gold, allowing the pound to float against other currencies. In effect, the pound was devalued, since sterling was still the most widely used currency in international trade. Such a move might have seemed exceptionally risky, to be reversed as quickly as conditions allowed, but that was not what happened. Instead, sterling was left to float for the rest of the decade while remaining convertible. For much of that time, between 1933 and 1938, its value was stable and the pound kept its status as the principal medium of international exchange. There were two reasons for this. The first was London's success in forming a large, quote, sterling bloc whose members pegged the value of their currency to sterling and kept much of, if not all of the reserves of foreign exchange as sterling. That was all the British Empire countries except Canada was not part of the sterling bloc because there's too much trade with the United States. Yeah, so a fall in sterling against the American dollar would have put Canada at massive risk. So it was outside of the sterling bloc, especially in the 1930s. So over the protests of its rump of free traders, the national government, whose leaders had decided to seek an electoral mandate in 1931, agreed to impose a new general tariff. The clinching argument was that action was needed to check the huge wave of imports and a further run on the pound. However, Neville Chamberlain's Import Duties Bill in February 1932 offered to delay tariffs against British Empire countries to allow time to arrange a system of mutual preferences. This was the purpose of the Ottawa Conference in 1932. So there was things going on in Britain as well as the other countries. In Canada, there was drought and unemployment in the prairie provinces, but also across Canada. But in Britain, there was also things going on with the currency, attempt to stabilize the currency, run on the pound. So tariffs were being considered there, but so Britain went into the Ottawa Conference maybe wanting tariffs, whereas Canada wanted them taken down. I don't know what was going on in Australia exactly on the economic front. So the Ottawa system marked the double departure of Britain from free trade. The British had adopted unilateral protection to save their balance of payments and the value of sterling. But then, did the British change course in Ottawa? Seems like it, to a certain extent. With the Ottawa system, they emerged as the leader of a large trading bloc whose members favored each other by discriminatory tariffs, the so-called imperial preference. Needless to say, this did not mean that London imposed its commercial agenda. Yes, if the British delegation had hoped for empire free trade, giving their manufacturers free entry to Dominion markets, they were quickly disabused. Yeah, that gets complicated because Eastern Canada wouldn't be in favor of that. Dominion leaders were determined to protect their own infant industries and would not have survived had they failed to do so. They were always deeply suspicious of London's official machine, the bureaucratic phrasemongers who would tie them in knots, and its political masters. As Joseph Chamberlain's son, Neville Chamberlain might have expected a warm Canadian welcome, especially from Prime Minister Bennett, a Canadian Tory. But Bennett was a Tory. He was from Alberta, and pretty, I think, but he was certainly pro-empire. But Bennett sent Chamberlain, quote, lied like a trooper and alternately blustered, bullied, sobbed, prevaricated, delayed, and obstructed to the very last moment. The British delegates found themselves conceding preferential access to the British market. What they got in return was far from free entry. It was more like exemption from the still higher tariff rates that were piled on non-British imports. Yet British leaders were not entirely dissatisfied. They wanted to protect Britain's floundering agriculture, but could hardly have done so without concession to Dominion producers. Similar agreements were made with Scandinavian countries. The 1933, the so-called Ruka-Runciman Pact allowed Argentina as well, which sent 40% of its exports to Britain to keep almost all its pre-Ottawa share of the British market for chilled beef. Yeah, and yet Canada and Australia also and New Zealand produced chilled beef. So the price the British attached for throwing this lifeline was that almost all the foreign exchange that Buenos Aires earned from Britain would be used to remit the interest and dividends from the large British investment in the country's railways and utilities. I'm sure they appreciated that in Argentina. They had been blocked by Argentina's exchange control since the onset of depression. Imperial preference and the pacts London made with the agreement countries helped to stave off the worst effects of depression and also the danger that other countries would retaliate against the British recourse to devaluation and protection. They softened the blow of export weakness elsewhere. Yeah, against Japanese, Indian, and German competition. But by 1937, it was clear that they could not reverse the relative decline of British economic power since the First World War. In the 10 years before 1914, okay, well, he's making that assertion. The actual, the actual Ottawa Conference was fascinating from a Canadian perspective, anyways. Yeah, 436. Yes, so scarred by his encounter with its Prime Minister R.B. Bennett at the Ottawa Conference, Neville Chamberlain took a sour view of Canada's part in the empire. The United States, he said, controls capital and politics in Canada. Politics? That's ridiculous. Only 10 years earlier, maybe some capital, but not politics. Only 10 years earlier, he had been surprised and delighted on a visit to Canada to find the most intense British feeling. Chamberlain resented what he saw as Bennett's bullying tactics, and not without reason. Even Canadian observers were embarrassed and uneasy, but Chamberlain's diagnosis was crude. Okay, thank you, Darwin. Canada was bound to be influenced by its huge southern neighbor, at once the world's largest economy, the largest English-speaking country, and Canada's largest market. The ease and convenience of cross-border traffic, the importance of New York and Canadian finance, and the influence of American media made this all but inevitable. But pragmatic acceptance of the American fact was combined with affirmation of Canada's British identity by English Canadians and with certain qualifications by French Canadians as well. Yeah, very qualifiedly. At an earlier point, Quebec had a grievance against France, but that faded with time. So that's you have to get into the details there. At the Conservative Convention of 1927, the outgoing leader, Arthur Mahan, defended his argument that a Canadian government should consult Canadian opinion before joining Britain in a war by saying that this would reassure the people that Canada was a real British democracy. Quote, a real British democracy. He justified consulting the Canadian people by saying this made Canada a real British democracy. So he had a high view of representative democracy in Britain, parliamentary democracy, and he wanted Canada to be a genuine. So he had Also, the Liberals. The Liberal Party pamphlet of 1933 declared that the party, quote, stood for British principles of free speech and free association. Now, he says a prairie liberal like Crerar, there weren't very many prairie liberals, and period, who disliked Toronto imperialists and the strange shore dwellers whose first loyalty was to Britain. Yeah, but there'd have been third-party stuff. Prairie third parties and most people consider both the Liberals and Conservatives central Canadian elites. So Darwin needs to realize that. Yeah, they could still think of Britain as the old country and feel an affinity with its Liberal Party and opinion. The scale of non-British migration into the West after 1918 sharpened the mood of its bare British majority. Yes, so the demographics, even on the prairie provinces, were still bare majority British, 50% or something, in the early 1930s. The scale of non-British, the Social Credit Party, which my family was involved with in Alberta, which ruled Alberta after 1935, and whose leader, William Aberhart, was an intense Anglophile, quote unquote, wrapped its electoral platforms in the Union Jack. Yeah, so third-party parties in Alberta didn't mean they were anti-Canadian or anti-British Empire. They're just anti-Central Canadian elites. A well-regulated service, concluded the Parliamentary Committee on Radio Broadcasting, would be, quote, one of the most efficient mediums for developing a greater national and empire consciousness, unquote. How times have changed. Now the CBC does nothing but slag Canadian history. And there was the Statute of Westminster, which is equally or more important than the Ottawa, in the political realm, was passed, even probably more important than the Ottawa agreements in the economic realm, by which the power to amend the Canadian Constitution was carefully reserved to the Imperial Parliament at the express request of Canadian leaders. That was to prevent Quebec from even conceivably being able to alter the Canadian Constitution. Pretty ruthless, but that was changed by Justin Trudeau's father, Pierre Trudeau, who just I'll leave Pierre Trudeau. I'll spare Pierre Trudeau my comments at this moment. Yes, but Bennett, the boldest challenge to this political impasse, the Great Depression, and the political furor it caused in every country, came paradoxically from the Conservative government of R.B. Bennett between 1930 and 1935. Bennett had denounced the Liberals for failing to deal with the Depression effectively. Bennett's own cry was Canada first, a sharp rise in tariffs to defend Canadian industry. This cut little ice on the prairies, which had to pay more for homemade manufacturers while grain prices fell steeply. Yes, that's true. Bennett had gone to the Imperial Conference in London to demand an imperial and thus Canadian preference in the British market for food. So he was trying to have it both ways. He's trying to appease central Canada by imposing a tariff on manufactured goods, but then was seeking preferential access to the British market for Western Canadian wheat commodity producers. Britain rebuffed this attack on free trade, but the 1931 crisis in Britain, the new national government, and its swift turn to protection gave Bennett his chance. By inviting the British and other empire governments to an economic conference at Ottawa, he aimed to reverse that defeat. The British would be forced to concede the ultimate prize, a protected home market for empire food exports, in return for a modest revision in Canadian tariffs. Bennett's plans were concerted with the Australian chief delegate Stanley Bruce, the former Prime Minister, and now the eminent Greece of Australia's economic policy. He had the British completely encircled. Who asserted that? Anyway, he quotes somebody in the footnotes. Bennett may well have believed that the British delegation would dare not resist. As a close friend of Lord Beaverbrook, he may have been swayed by his and Leo Amory's hopes of promoting a real protectionist government in Britain, much more fully committed to empire free trade. A hard line in Ottawa, where Amory was active, would help this to happen. It may have been an inkling of this that enraged Baldwin and Chamberlain with Bennett's conference tactics. Certainly Bennett was playing for high stakes. He regarded himself as the savior of the empire, who would drag the British kicking and screaming towards his own version of it. To have upheld Canada First, saved the prairie grain market, and imposed a form of empire-free trade on the recalcitrant British would have been a remarkable triumph for his vision of empire, that's putting it mildly. But Baldwin and Chamberlain were not so easily broken. Oh, yes. Those ignorant Canadians. I'm not saying that's the attitude of any British people, but Chamberlain, Neville Chamberlain? As a shrewd businessman, I think Bennett was a lawyer, so I don't know why he calls him a businessman. Maybe he was also a businessman. Bennett hedged his imperial bets. Access to American markets remained a vital concern. When President Roosevelt embraced freer trade, Bennett eagerly sought a commercial agreement to match that with Britain. But his domestic experiment in a strong central government and the Bennett New Deal fell apart in the face of the provincial resistance, internal party division, and Bennett's ill health. Yes, the 1935 election was a conservative bloodbath. Although both parties agreed in opposing Canadian involvement in Britain's confrontation with Italy, the new Liberal government soon faced the old question: what would Canada do if Britain was drawn into a conflict in Europe? Mackenzie King may have thought privately that Canada could neither nor should stand apart, but his public position was to say as little as possible and fall back on the formula Parliament will decide. In other words, I'm still playing for votes in Quebec. And he would refuse to say a pro-English Canadian line. The prime reason for this, Darwin's got it again, right again, as for many years, was the fear that Quebec would revolt against any prior commitment to Britain and bring down the Liberals. British imperialism, said Henri Bourassa, still the tribune of Quebec's survivants, must not be allowed to drag Canada into any more wars. And yet it's France that's being invaded by the Germans. That's just ridiculous. Must not be allowed to drag Canada into any more wars. Ernest Lapointe, the Quebec Liberal leader, said much the same thing. Both were fiercely opposed to the separatist nationalism of the Action Française. Okay, so they're against separatists. And its clerical leader, the Abbé Lionel Groux. Neither was anxious to give him a cause. Indeed, while this sleeping dog lay, Canadian separatism, or Canadien separatism, remained carefully vague about when and how a separate Quebec state might come into being. Its leaders denied any wish to break Canada up. Nous ne voulons rien détruire, said Abbé Groux piously. We don't want to destroy anything. Nor could they count on any support from the voters. The real political voice of French Canada's nationalism was the Union Nationale of Maurice Duplessis. Duplessis' government was a thorn in Ottawa's side. Its program was not separation, but the unremitting defense of provincial autonomy. Canada's British connection by default, by choice, remained the pole of its politics. But Quebec could be accused at this point, I'm not saying generally, of provincialism. I mean, it's being like just to say that, we don't want to oppose German, authoritarianism and militarism because it's the British fighting them. Like, it's kind of like, but they're invading France. I but just they didn't want to be perceived as bowing to the British Empire. Yes. South Africa. The interwar years have often been seen as the prelude to the triumph of Afrikaner nationalism and apartheid. It was certainly true that an amalgam of paternalism, segregationist attitudes, and overt racial discrimination prefigured much of the substance of post-war apartheid, although without the ideological, quote, rigor, systematic enforcement, and violent repression of the 1950s and afters. So I found the treatment of the Ottawa Conference fascinating, and I will reference a few secondary sources of that, because I think we're entering a period again where free trade is being, there's massive powers like China in particular that have no intention of benefiting other countries in a free trade environment. And the naivety of the neoliberal assumption, with respect to China alone, if you want to include Russia as well, or these other massive countries that are forming the BRICS countries, and yet we're still going to assume they're good faith free traders? No, they're openly saying that, and yet our leaders still. So we're entering into a period where connections with friendly countries is maybe important again, which makes the Ottawa Conference very interesting to me. So this is some secondary sources on the 1930s and the Ottawa Conference. Well, we have Australia and the Great Depression by C.D. Schedvin, Schedvin. Australia and the Great Depression, Sydney, 1970. We have The Australian Dream, Turner, editor, Melbourne, 1968. On Western Canada, we have J.H. Thompson, Thompson, quote, Forging the Prairie West, published Toronto, 1998. Yes. Now, on the Liberal Party in Canada and the rise of the bureaucracy, we have Owram, O-W-R-A-M, D. Owram, quote, The Government Generation, Canadian Intellectuals in the State, 1900 to 1945, published Toronto, 1986. Yes. Now, this is a historian I have a lot of respect for, David Berkison, Canadian historian, military historian, and Western Canadians from University of Calgary. He's got a book on a book on Brooke Claxton, born in Montreal, served in World War I, and was Federal Minister of Health and Welfare and Minister of National Defense, which is probably why Berkeson is interested in him. He saw action in World War I, which marked him profoundly. Entered politics in the general election of 1940, elected as a Liberal, constituency of St. Lawrence, St. George, Montreal. Became parliamentary assistant to Mackenzie King. Served in the federal Liberal cabinets of Mackenzie King and Louis Saint Laurent. So this is again the rise of the welfare state in Canada. He became First Minister of National Health and Welfare. Ended in 1947, he headed the Canadian delegation to the British Commonwealth Conference held in Australia, 1947. Vice Chairman of Cabinet Committee on Newfoundland's entry into Confederation. So this is just another source of the period. This is a biography of Brooke Claxton by David Berkeson called True Patriot, published Toronto, 1993. Now, Darwin quotes a lot from John Defoe, a journalist from the Free Press of Winnipeg. He would have had a lot of influence in Winnipeg and Manitoba. I don't see, maybe, extending out into the prairies a certain extent, but outside of Manitoba, but I fail to see his influence. Certainly the general political trend was to third parties in the prairies, Social Credit in Alberta and the CCF in Saskatchewan, and I don't see the Liberal Party as having much influence. The further you go on into the 1930s, but Darwin placed a lot of emphasis on quotes from Defoe, and we have a book here, Cook, The Politics of John W. Defoe in the Free Press, published Toronto, 1963, and nevertheless for somebody from Winnipeg or Manitoba, certainly Manitoba has its perspective and place in Canada. That's a secondary source. Yeah, so on Mackenzie King, well, for Balfour's role at the Ottawa Conference, see Judd, Judd, quote, Balfour and the British Empire, published 1968, chapter 20. For a slightly earlier period, we have, for Mackenzie King's policies on the empire in 1920s, we have Wigley, Wigley, quote, Canada and the Transition to Commonwealth, Canadian or British Canadian Relations, 1917 to 1926, published Cambridge, 1977. This is an interesting essay that will be worth looking up in your university library. Greasley, Grealsey, and Oxley, quote, A Tale of Two Dominions, the macroeconomic record of Australia and Canada since 1870. In the Economic History Review, new series 51, 2, 1998, page 305. Yeah, here's a source on Mackenzie King. Ferns, that's Ferns, and Ostry, Sotry, quote, The Age of Mackenzie King, The Rise of the Leader, 1955. Well, here's on Australia. Here again we have Alomes, Alomes, quote, A Nation at Last, The Changing Character of Australian Nationalism, 1880 to 1988. North Ryde, New South Wales, 1988. On John Curtin, Australian Prime Minister. Yeah, 1941 to 1945. Labour Party. We have a biography here by Day. John Curtin, A Life, published Sydney, 1999. Yeah, on Ireland, we have Canning, quote, British Policy Towards Ireland, 1921 to 1941, published Oxford, 1985. And also Garvin, quote, 1922, The Birth of Irish Democracy, published Dublin, 1996. Okay, so some info, secondary source on the British working class. We have McKibbin, Mckibbin, quote, Classes and Cultures, England, 1918 to 1951, Oxford, 1998. On these dynamics of the labor dynamics and high finance, always a dynamic in Britain and in other countries. We have Cain, C-A-I-N, quote, Hobson and Imperialism, Radicalism, the New Liberalism and Finance, 1987 to 1938, Oxford, 2022. So, you know, obviously, post-colonial critique of all this is a large development in scholarship on the last 40, 50 years. So I should give some nod to, um, post-colonial scholarship. We have Rich, quote, Race and Empire in British Politics, Cambridge, 1986. On Baldwin, we have Ball, Ball, Baldwin and the Conservative Party, published 1988. Um, so, I think I'm just going to continue with knocking off the secondary sources here by a reference to the select bibliography. So I can include this all in a chapter in the video. People can scan ahead for reference, to further reading. So, yeah. So, first of all, just as a source of large bibliographies on the British Empire that can be consulted to look up any subject, we have the Cambridge History of the British Empire that both provide extensive bibliographies. That's the Cambridge History of the British Empire. So primary source, compilations of primary source documents, always fundamental to studying history. We have Mansergh, that's Mansergh, editor, quote, Documents and Speeches on British Commonwealth Affairs, 1931 to 1952, 2 volumes, published 1953. For Canada, we have Murray and Hilliker, Hilliker, editors, quote, Documents on Canadian External Relations, published Ottawa, 1972. For Australia, we have Crowley, Crowley, editor, quote, Documents in Australian History, published 1973. For the earlier period in Australia, beginning of the Edwardian period, we have Greenwood and Grimshaw, editors, quote, Documents in Australian International Affairs, 1901 to 1918, West Melbourne, 1977. For Canadian biography, we have the Dictionary of Canadian Biography, the Australian Dictionary of Biography, and the Oxford Dictionary of National Biography. Always good for looking up individuals. Now, secondary works, I mentioned in the introduction, the starting point for any serious study of the subject of this book is J. Gallagher and R. Robinson, quote, The Imperialism of Free Trade, Economic History Review, New Series 6, 1, 1953. We also have J. Gallagher, quote, The Decline and Revival and Fall of the British Empire, published Cambridge, 1982. Now, an essential contrast to this formerly orthodox view of the British Empire is P. Kane and A. G. Hopkins, quote, British Imperialism, 1688 to 2000, second edition, 2001. Yeah, now my emphasis both in the original buildup of the British Empire and I think where Britain, Canada, the United States at least need to be focusing on more, and probably France as well, moving into this new period that's so uncertain right now, is a focus on the Atlantic, uh, you know, the security of the Atlantic. And so for this, we have O'Rourke and Williamson, quote, Globalization in History, The Evolution of a 19th Century Atlantic Economy, published 1999. On the role of the Navy in Britain's naval supremacy during the 19th century and up to World War II, we have Kennedy, editor, Imperial Defense, The Old World Order, 1856 to 1956, published 2008. Now, this is true, but I do attention to Darwin's more exclusive treatment of India. Now I skipped that chapter, so it doesn't have. I don't have as much info on that, but he does relate a lot of info on the settler countries. So he says here, confirming that, he says one of the key themes of this book has been the neglected significance of the settlement colonies, white dominions for British world power, and the close identification of their British populations with the fate of the British Empire. So secondary sources on this, on settler countries and connections with the quote British world, can be followed in the following: Bridge and Fedorowicz, W-I-C-H, editors, The British World, Diaspora, Culture and Identity, published 2003. Buckner, P, as in Peter, and Francis, editors, quote, Rediscovering the British World, published Calgary 2005. Now this is important for Canadians. We have Buckner, P, editor, Canada and the British Empire, published Oxford 2008. And for Australia, we have Schroeder and Ward. I've read a book by Ward, Australia and the Imperial Embrace, that I really recommend for the 1950s and the turn of Britain to the EU and the turn away from Australia and Canada. I really recommend Ward's Australia and the Imperial Embrace, but we also have for Australia Schroeder, that's Schreudder, and Ward, editors, Australia's Empire, published Oxford 2008. Yeah, on New Zealand, we have Paradise Reforged 2001, pioneering the interpretation of New Zealand's history as a process of recolonization, in which the cultural, economic, and strategic ties with Britain were progressively strengthened from the late 19th century. Now, this is one of the hypotheses of this book, that when it gets into the decline period, is that Darwin posits the rise of nationalist movements most, horribly in Nazi Germany, but also in Japan, and in the post-war world, in India. I think you would classify this as the factor in the quote decline of the British Empire, just relating Darwin's hypothesis that nationalism in the world island of the Eurasian landmass caused Britain to be overexposed. I'm not sure if I agree with that, because an emphasis on the North Atlantic wouldn't matter what happens in the Eurasian world island. That's the significance of the discovery of America. So I'm not sure if I agree with that, but he details his hypothesis in his book After Tamerlane, The Global History of Empire 2007. He says, I attempted to sketch the Eurasian conditions in which Britain and other European imperialisms rose and then fell. I'm not sure if I agree with that. So there's my relation of secondary sources. Now, I'm going to skip through quickly the last few chapters. So chapter 11 on World War II, he entitles ominously as the Strategic Abyss, 1937 to 1942. Now, I'm just going to draw attention to the point right off the bat, because I'm going to cut to the chase here, is that you'd think Britain lost World War II. I mean, the Strategic Abyss, well, I thought they won World War II. But it's amazing how this seems to have been the conclusion of World War II, is that like the British Empire was over, but the British Empire won. So I failed to see that. So in Gibbon's cause of Roman decline being overextension, Darwin rejects this. But what are the causes, in his view? First, I note, this is me making an observation, I note the self-fulfilling prophecy of this, that is, in always talking like something already happened, quote, the decline of the British Empire, instead of doing something about it. This assumption that people who want something to happen talk about it like it's in the past tense, like it's assumed to have already happened. It's a psychological ploy. In this foregone conclusion, then the causes are, as I mentioned, the Eurasian Revolution. Here he enters a discourse on the overturning of the international regime constructed in 1919-1925. So he holds causes of empire's decline, the rise of economic nationalism in the world island of Eurasia, nationalism broadly exemplified most in Nazi Germany, but also the USSR, Japan, League of Nations, supporting nationalist self-determination, which culminated in the Atlantic Charter that Roosevelt made Churchill sign in the darkest days when Britain had its back against the wall in World War II, which subsequent to the war put Britain in an awkward position because it couldn't defend itself in Egypt or anywhere else. Not to saying that Britain should have been there anyways in the first place, but this was definitely a factor, the Atlantic Charter and the the fashionableness of economic nationalism after World War, or the fashionableness of nationalism and national self-determination after World War II, which again was the Americans angling to take down the British. Okay, that's not by accident that Roosevelt did that in World War II. It's not to say all Americans have that, but that's just something Canadians know. That I've said it before. So commercial liberalism was replaced by economic nationalism. That's certainly Nazi Germany, fascism advocating that, and communism also, uh, casting the liberal bourgeois as the enemy and the problem with the world, which we seem to be in another phase of that at the moment. Of course, no problem with a Chinese bourgeois materialism. It's just American and British, uh, liberal capitalism that's the bad guy. How's that? Of course, if the British were involved in the world too much during their empire period, the Americans have certainly, not done themselves any favors. I don't know how they can oppose the British Empire with invading so many countries you lose track of. But then the American people are rejecting that, so it's just their elites once again who are just going against their people's wishes. It seems to be a theme. Yes. Yes, important point that fascism, National Socialism, like straight communism, attacked bourgeois liberalism as decadent and corrupt, and parliamentary government as an obsolete sham. Yes. And then we have Justin Trudeau 10 years ago maybe, saying the same thing, that, oh, I admire the Chinese for being, the Chinese Communist Party for being able to turn on a dime policy-wise, was a quote. Yeah, it's called dictatorship, moron. We purposely have a slow, democratic, representative democracy that debates things so that we don't have a dictator that just goes and kills a few million people. But he's not smart enough to realize that. This would be true if Britain were not an island facing the North Atlantic. Yes, this revolution in the Eurasian world island, but the British Empire rose by the discovery of America and the settling of North America. It was the Atlantic trade that caused Britain to rise and North America to be settled. So who cares what goes on in the Eurasian world island? Yes, and then we have Keynes here, this looming economic genius who I fail to see what good he did to anybody. Looms large during what Darwin pessimistically calls, he calls this chapter on World War II, what Churchill said was our finest hour, was the strategic abyss, 1937 to 1942. Okay, well, who's right there? Well, I think I've just realized that this is just too darn big of a book to do in one video. So I'm going to have to do another video. Stay tuned. I will do chapters 11, 12, 13, 14 in the conclusion in a second video, starting with chapter 11, the Strategic Abyss, 1937 to 1942. Another small subject. Until next time.